Today, we are building a full stack AI testing automation agent using Next.js, React, AI, GitHub, and Browserbase. This app allows users to connect their GitHub repository, let AI analyze the source code, automatically generate the smart test cases, create a browser automation script, and then run those tests inside the real cloud browser using Browserbase. Basically, we are building our own AI-powered QA automation platform from scratch, where AI understands your app, write the test steps, execute them in a real browser, and shows pass or fail result with a detailed log. This is a perfect project if you want to learn AI agent, Next.js full stack development, GitHub integration, browser-based automation, automated testing, Playwright-style script, and real-world SaaS architecture. By the end of this video, you will have a production-ready AI testing automation agent that can generate and run AI-powered test case automatically. So let's build this powerful AI testing automation agent using Next.js, AI, and Browserbase. Before start implementing, let me walk through the application demo which we are going to build in this video. If you see, we have this beautiful landing screen, and this landing screen itself saying that you have to connect your repo and then AI will test your application. Pretty cool, right? And it also mentioned the complete workflow, how this AI testing automation will work and all the features. Now simply sign in to the app and then you will redirect it to the workspace. Once you jump onto the workspace, very first time it will ask you to connect your GitHub account. Now you will learn how to authenticate your application with a GitHub Auth SDK, and then once you authenticate, then you will learn how we can fetch all the users repo list inside our app so that user can easily search it, and then whichever repo user want to add for the testing, you can select and simply click add. As soon as you click add, you will see your repo is now added. Inside this, if I expand this option or expand this particular repo, you will see an option to configure your project domain. Now, on which domain or website you want to run these test cases, you can configure easily through this project config. Simply enter the URL. So in this case, I will paste the URL. Inside the global test instruction, you can add any instruction which you want to give, or your demo username password, so that this test case easily access your authenticated pages, and once you are happy with it, simply click save config. After that, you will see a status card that once you generate the test cases, you will see the total count, and once you execute, you will say how many are pass, how many are fail, and total passing rate. Now here you also have option to generate the test cases for this repo. If I click on it, it will start generating the test case. It will read your complete repo, each code, and then AI will automatically generate the test cases. Something like this. If you see, currently it generated 7 test cases because I limit it up to 7 test cases, but you can increase that limit. Then each test case has the title and the description. Also, this test case belong to which type, whether this is API, this is the integration one, and this is the UI one, this is the authentication one, like that. Not only that, but if you open any test case, you will see some more detail, which you have option to update it, like test title, test description, what is the target route. So here this target route, it fetches from the GitHub file tree, and then what is the expected result once you run or execute this test case. Now once we select the test case which you want to execute and then run it, then it will automatically pass all of this information to the AI, so that AI will automatically execute the proper script, and that script you can pass it to the browser base. Pretty cool, right? Now let's test some examples. So over here I will select this test case, or whichever test case you want, just select those, and then you can simply run the test case. You can select all of them as well, and once you click run test case, you will see this dialog where you will see a proper target website URL, option to update Then here you will find an option called execution option. Here you have two different mode. One is the run cache mode, where once you generate the test script, you can execute the old one, or if you want to add some custom command while generating, you can simply add it and change this mode to the AI. So AI will generate the updated script in order to execute it. Okay. Then on the left hand side, you will see the selected test cases, and then once you click start execution, it automatically start executing your test case. So right now if you see, it start running and it's generating the test script as well. Now automatically it will start executing using a browser base on the cloud, okay, in a real browser. So we'll wait, and if you see, in out of these two test case, one is failed. Once you click on it, on the right hand side you will see why it fails and everything. So currently it's navigating this page and it tried to locate this particular toggle button, but it might be missing. But the another one is pass. So in the second one, it's just checking whether the sign in page is getting rendered or not, and this test case you will see complete step by step log. Pretty cool, right? And that's how the test execution will take place. Now not only that, but with the help of browser based integration, this test case is rendering on the cloud in a real browser, and once you execute it, you can even watch the recording. So here we added an option called watch recording, which will navigate to the browser base page, and then it will show you the live recording of the website. So if I play this, you will see our application will get open, and here we have the sign in page for that one. Okay, so that's how it makes sure that your all the step whatever is mentioned in the script is executing, and you can verify by watching this recording as well. And once you are happy, you can close it. Now whichever the test case is failed, you can make the changes accordingly inside your application, and then select that test case, run the test case, and in that case the script is already generated, so it will run the cache one. But if you want to give any extra instruction, then you can select AI generate, add those instructions, and then AI will generate a new script. Otherwise you can use the existing run cache script, which make the test execution much faster. Now if you see, I already have some of the example which I want to show you. So in this case, I run the total 6 test cases. Out of those, 2 are pass and 4 are fail. So the passing rate is 33%, and you will see which one are pass, which one is fail. We also have the credits system, where depends on your repo count as well as how many test cases you generated, how many are executed. It will automatically detect the credits from the account. Every detailed information and implementation guide is explained properly inside the project. We are going to write each project's code line by line. This is not a wipe coding tutorial. This is a complete full stack tutorial where we are building this AI testing automation agent from the scratch. Throughout the project, we are going to learn how this AI test automation work. I am going to show a complete application workflow in a step-by-step way with the proper mockup to implement, and then also give you the quick code to copy paste it sometimes if needed. Everything is mentioned. This eraser documentation is also available in the description. Now the most interesting tech stack which we are going to use is a browser base. Browserbase will give you your agent to access the whole web. It provides a lot of different features, and lot of big IT companies using the browser base, like the API, like search API, fetch API, or browser as a service. There are a lot of different use cases you will find and you can implement with the browser base. With their playground inside the browser based dashboard, you can test the script, you can run it, and you can see a live execution of your test cases as well. Everything I'm going to explain and teach you how to integrate this browser base inside your application and make a powerful AI testing automation agent. Make sure to click the link in the description in order to sign up to get some free access with the Browserbase. This complete project we divided into a small chapters, and for each of the chapter we are going to create a new branch inside the GitHub repo, and then we are going to push our code. For each branch we are going to create a pull request where with the help of planorg.dev we are going to review each of the PR, and then you can see all the code changes summary as well as the inline comment for the suggestion, and from the planorg.dev dashboard you can find the any PS summary anytime. Everything is mentioned inside the planorg.dev. Also, Planorg has a feature where you can simply enter your project idea. It will give you the tech stack options, and then it will start generating the feature and the to do or task for you. After that, you can simply copy the prompt and simply enter inside your favorite ID. You can also test each of the feature implemented by the AI coding agent, and then you can see the complete instruction. This is the perfect package for those who really want to build an application, and this is the tool which I build it for you. Also, if you want to get any source code access, then you can join to the TubeGuruji.com where you will get all the source code and the project as well. You can track any project chapter by chapter. Each project is divided into a small chapter so that you can easily track it out. Simply go to the TubeGuruji.com and join the membership now. If you want to manage your own personal task, habits, so I created this Taskibear AI agent app for you where you can track your daily task, you can track your daily routine, habits, and not only that, but you can also add your family member and then you can assign the task for them. And to track any of my website or your website, you can try this web tracking app. This is the tool which I created for you. Simply add your domain and then enter the small script inside your project source code, and then it will automatically start tracking your complete website. It will give you where the all the content or visitors coming from which country, which browser, what are the URL, and the most interesting, you will get an AI insight. You can even track your earning through the web tracking. Everything content in the web tracking, it's free to use. Give a try. I will put the link in the description. So guys, without doing any further delay, let's begin to develop an AI testing automation agent. But if you are new to this channel, don't forget to subscribe, press notification bell icon, and don't forget to like this video. Now, in order to create a React Next.js app, we are going to use this new boilerplate which I recently created, which called a fast Next.js app. This boilerplate contains all the tech stack which you need. Like for styling and UI, you can use either Tailwind CSS, Shadcn, Daisy UI, or Flyon UI. For a database, you have a bunch of options like Supabase, Neon, PostgreSQL, along with the Drizzle ORM, or even Firebase Firestore. And for authentication, we have Clerk, Next, or Betterot, and for payment and email as well. And it's very easy to create this boilerplate. So in order to use it, you can simply copy this npx or npm command, then open a terminal at the folder where you want to create this project, and then simply paste the command which you copied, which is a npx create fast Next.js app, and then hit enter. Then it will ask, do you want to proceed? We'll say yes, and then you have to enter your project name. So we'll say AI test automation agent. Okay, then hit enter, and then you have option to select the styling framework, whether you want Tailwind CSS, Shadcn, or any other. So I will select the Shadcn. We'll hit enter. Then you have option to select a database. Now in this particular project, we are going to use a PostgreSQL database with the help of NeonDB and the Drizzle ORM. And for the authentication, we'll go with the Clerk authentication because we want to keep our production and development faster, and Clerk has a lot of predefined UI component and it also free. So we'll select the clerk. Then for a payment gateway, if you want to add a payment gateway right now, you can add it, or you can add it later on. But for now, let's select the Stripe. In future, I will add more payment gateway option in this boilerplate. And then for email sender, we'll skip it for now. So we'll say none. Then which package manager you want to use. If you want to use npm, pnpm, you can select that. I will go with the npm. And then do you want to initialize a Git repo? Right now we'll say no. And then do you want to install npm package right now, right? So we'll say yes. And right now if you see, it started installing the dependencies. And once the project is successfully installed along with the dependency, you will see a success message as well. And then you are ready to jump inside the project. So now you can use a VS Code or Google Anti-Gravity for this project to open. I will go with the Anti-Gravity, and then inside that we'll open our project. And here you will see some of the files and folder present inside your project. Let me walk through each one of them quickly so we'll understand what the boilerplate content, and depends on our selection only that template or code is added to your app. Now at the first we have this app folder, and inside the app folder we have API, sign in, sign up page along with default page.tsx file. Now when we run your application, you will see this page.tsx file will get rendered. Then we have layout.tsx file, which is the root layout, which contains a metadata for your application. Now obviously this is very important for the SEO purpose, but you can update with your own metadata, so it will help us to rank your website on Google. Then we have the HTML body tag through which all the pages are going to render. Then we have global CSS, which contain all the CSS applied throughout your application, so you can mention directly inside the global CSS. Now this already have some root variables as well. If you see, that is because with the help of ShadCN's UI component library, we have all of these color variables. Then we have the sign in and sign up page, which is added by the clerk authentication, and then this API for the Stripe checkout and webhook. Okay, now whichever API endpoint you want to write, you can put it inside this API folder. Now next thing, we have the component folder. Inside the component, if you see, we have these two ShadCN component file, which is a button.tsx and card.tsx file. After that, we also have a DB initialization, as we selected the Neon PostgreSQL database. So inside the index.tsx, you will see the initialization of DB, and the DB reference is exported so that you can use it throughout the application. Then we have schema.ts file, which already have the two table. Right now we don't need this post table, so we'll remove it. But inside the user table, we'll save all the user information, like once user sign in, then we want to save user email ID and all of the information. After that, we have the leaf folder. Inside the leaf, we have the stripe.tss initialization, along with we have the tailwind CSS initialization as well. Then we have node module folder. Obviously we are not going to touch this folder at any time. After this, we have this .env file. Now inside the .env file, whichever environment variable you need to run this project is mentioned. Like we need a database URL from the Neon. Then we also need a clerk publisher key and the secret key, which we will generate from the clerk dashboard. And then if you want to integrate the Stripe payment gateway, then we need a Stripe secret key along with the webhook secret and the publisher key. Okay. Now the .env example is similar to .env. You can delete one of them. You can delete obviously this example. Then we have the component.json, which contain a ShadCN related configuration. We have Drizzle config for the Drizzle configuration to connect your database along with to the Drizzle ORM. Then we have middleware.ts. Now this clerk middleware file which contain all the code, but now this changed to the proxy.ts. So if I rename this to proxy, then it will update with the new version. Then we have next.config.ts file, which contain a configuration related to your Next.js application. The package.json, which contain all the packages along with the script to run and build your application. If you see, all the dependency like clerk, Neon, Stripe and many other. And then we have tailwind.config.ts file. Okay. Currently, I have for this particular boilerplate, it feel like it's using a Tailwind CSS version 3. Okay, but you can update to version 4. It's totally up to you. Now, let's run this application. So I will go to the terminal, click new terminal, type command npm run dev, and then your application will run on localhost 3000. Simply open it and you might get an error and it's saying the publisher key is not valid. Currently, inside our .env file, you will see the clerk publisher key is not the correct and we need to generate that because inside our layout.tsx file, we have to make sure we'll wrap our application inside the clerk provider so that our app can be protected. Okay, but adding a clerk publisher key is important. So in order to get the key, click the link in the description to get a free access to the clerk, and then once you jump on the site, you will see all the services and feature available by clerk. Clerk provide a lot of different feature and clerk is one of the best and topmost authentication service provider in the market. So I will go to the dashboard and we'll create a new application. So let's go to the application and inside that we'll click create app, then give the application name. So we'll say AI testing automation agent and then simply click create app. Now you can select whichever sign in option you want. You can select like GitHub, Apple, Facebook or any other. Then on the right hand side you will see the actual preview how it actually look once you implement it, and then simply click create application. Once the application is created, make sure to select the Next.js and then you can copy the publisher and the secret key. After that, I will go to the .env file and then I will replace this placeholder with the actual key and then save it. And once you add, you will see our application is now running. Okay, so that's how you have to create your clerk authentication and add this key inside your .env file. If you have any question, any doubt related to creating your Next.js application with the help of this fast Next.js boilerplate, let me know in the comment section, because next thing we need to show the sign in and sign up page. So right now if I go to the sign in or sign up page, you might see this error. That's because we did not wrap our application inside the clerk provider. Okay, so and once we have the authentication set up, then we are going to save all the sign in and sign up user to our database as soon as he sign up to our app. Okay, and we are also going to set up a database for that. Now in order to set up a database, our boilerplate have all the integration. Only thing that we need is a database URL. And in order to generate this Neon PostgreSQL database URL, you should navigate to the neon.com and here simply create a new account. Once you create an account, or if you don't have, obviously create, otherwise you can simply sign in and then create a new project if you don't have already. And then here once you have the project, on this dashboard page you will see an option called connect. Click on it and then I will just click on create new DB, give the database name and then simply click create. Once you create it, you will find a connection string. If it's not there, you can simply click on this drop down and copy this connection string. Then head back to the Google Anti-Gravity or in your app and then simply paste this code and save it. As simple as that. And now your database is ready. Now next thing, in order to push all of this schema, because inside the schema we have the user table and inside the user table we have these 4 different columns like ID, name, email and created ad. In order to push it, you just need to type a command npx drizzle git push, okay, which will push your schema file. And right now once you push it, you will see this message called changes applied. Then you can run npx drizzle git studio command. Now this studio command will run the database locally, means in a local studio. Okay, obviously it is connected to the Neon only, but you can see all your tables which is available under your database. And here we have user table along with this 4 column. Pretty cool, right? So that's how you have to set up your database. Now next thing, let's make sure our clerk authentication is workable. So what you need to do, you simply go to the layout.tsx file and then wrap your app inside the clerk provider, something like this. Okay, once you wrap it, you can go back to the localhost and then go to the sign in page. Okay, and then you will see this beautiful UI component ready, which has the email, password and option to sign in with the GitHub and Google, the same sign in option which we selected while creating this clerk app inside the clerk dashboard. Pretty cool, right? You can manage this social sign on from the dashboard as well. So under the clerk dashboard we have the configure section, and inside the configure you will see this SSO options. Click on this add connection and then you can add whichever connection you want. Okay, so here currently only we have 2 social sign on, but you can add more. So that's all. That's how you have to connect your clerk authentication. Now whenever users sign in very first time, we have to make sure that user information will save to our database, and for that we are going to simply create a new API endpoint, and inside that we'll create a users, or first create a folder called users, and inside that we'll create a route.tsx file. Inside this simply add export async function, and this will be the post request. So we'll say post and then request with the type next request. You have to give the type, okay, which help us to protect with not means complete valid data. Okay, and we are using a TypeScript, so it's mandatory to give a type for each of the variable. Then inside this we need to get a user's login information. So here we'll say constant user is equal to await, and then we'll say current user. Now this current user we are importing from the clerk Next.js server. After that we'll add a try catch block with the exception E, and then inside this try block we'll simply say constant user. Now first we'll check if user is already exist or not, right? So in order to do it, we need to connect, or we need to call to the user table in order to check. So we'll say db. Now make sure to import this db reference from the db table, right, because we have the Drizzle already there. And then we'll say dot select, here we'll say from, and give the table name. So in this case a user table. After this, this need to be user table. Let me see, that's supposed to be from the schema. Oh, that is correct because this is the TB reference. So we'll say users, and it's called users only, and then we'll say dot where, and then we need to add a condition. Okay, so inside that we'll say equal to, and then we'll add users dot email. Somehow this users is not imported, so let me see why. So I will go to the schema.ts file. Oh, the reason is we already have this constant user, so we'll say user result. I will define as user result, and now we'll say users dot email, okay, which matches. So we'll say equal to with the user dot primary email address dot email address, because this is the user information we need to compare with the table information. Okay, and here if it's not there, we'll add empty string, otherwise we'll get an error. And then once we have the user result, here we'll check condition. If user result is equal to, or we'll say user result dot length is equal to 0, means we don't have that user information in the database. It means we have to add a new user. So we'll say new user is equal to await db dot insert, and then we'll need to insert into a user table dot values, and inside that we need to add user email. So we'll say user dot primary email address and the user name as well. Okay, so that's how we have to save user information. Once you add, make sure to return the added record, and then at the end we'll say return next response dot json, and then you can simply write user to new user of 0. Okay, we have to add a 0th element. Otherwise, so we'll say else return next response dot json. It means we already have the user information. Then you can return the existing user data like this, and then save it. If you are getting any error, so we'll say a console log with a error message and save it. So that's how your user API endpoint is now ready. Now once your API endpoint is ready, now we'll go to the app folder, and inside the app folder we'll create a new file inside this app root directory. So we'll call it as a provider, and we'll keep this provider on the client side. First, let's add a default template. Now if you see right now, if you want to add default template, you have to add it or write it manually, but there is one extension called React Redux snippet tool. So I will just go ahead and I will gonna install this. Okay, so we'll say install. Here we'll say trust publisher and install, and then it will install inside your IDE. Okay, it helps a lot, and I will show you how it actually works. Once it is installed, you can simply write a command, let's say RFCE, which stand for React Functional Export Component. Hit enter, and boom, you will see the default template is ready. Okay, after that I will just rename this to a provider with a capital P, and then save it. Now inside this provider I will render the children. Okay, and then we'll provide a type for these children as well. So if I go to the layout.tsx, you can copy everything as it is, and then you can paste it here. Okay, and inside the provider now you can render the children. Now here you can write a logic, and you can keep that on the client side, and we'll keep the layout on the server side. So these children will wrap inside this provider like this. Okay, and now from the layout it will go to the provider, and inside the provider we have the children, and now our children will get rendered. Inside this provider, as I say, in order to make this component as a client, you need to write at the top use client, and then save it. After this, you can simply add a method. We'll say constant create new user if it's not exist, right? And then inside that we need to call our API endpoint. Now in order to make an API endpoint or HTTP call, we'll need one package called npm I Axios. Axios is a HTTP client package in order to make a get request, post, put request, right? So all the CRUD operation. So here now we'll say constant result is equal to await Axios dot post, and then inside that we'll define /API/user. So we need to give the user endpoint, so it should be users. Okay, and if you don't have any body, you can just leave it as a empty. As we are using await, so we need to mark this method as a async. After this we'll get some result. You can console this result to verify, and then save it. Now this create user we need to call as soon as we load this component. So over here I will paste this create new user, and we need to make sure it will execute only once. So I added this empty string for this use effect. Okay, now right now we are just consoling, so we'll check whether our user information is getting saved or not. So once you save, we'll go back to our app, and then right now if you see it's saying can't resolve schema, so maybe there is something missing. Oh, so inside the db index.tsx file, so if I go to the index.tsx file. This file name is ts, not js. Oh, you can just remove the extension, you don't need that, and then save it. And right now if I log in, so let's log in with some any account, and then once you log in it will redirect, and then inside the console we'll see the result. So if I go to the console right now, if you see it giving us an error saying 500 error, it means we have error on the API side. Now in order to see this API error, you can go to the application where your application running, and inside that you can check the error, why we are getting this error. So right now it's saying the cannot read property of undefined, okay, for that particular column. So that's where we have some error. So let's see why we are getting this. So I will go to the route.tsx file, and here let me import the users and then save it. So if you see, now we are importing the user from the DB schema. I think that is the one of the reason it was not working. But if I refresh this screen, okay, so we have a handshake issue again, and just refresh it properly, and now if you see, we got the result. Okay, now inside the result.data you will see a user information, though whichever user is signed in, right, that information is saved and that is returned. If I go back to the database, so you can go to the Drizzle Studio and you will see that user email ID. If I refresh this page again, right, it will only return the data. It will not insert a new record. It will only give you the existing record, and that's what we wanted. Now let's say you want to add one more column called credits, because inside our SaaS application we want to give some free credits to the user so that they can test our application. Now the question is how to add that column. Now in order to add that column, simply go to the schema where we have the user table defined, and inside that you can simply add let's say credits, okay, and then you can add an integer with the column name credits, and then you can add default with a not null. Make sure to import this integer from the PG core, okay, so it should be imported. Right now this ID is a only ID where we are using, we are not adding any clerk ID, it's auto incremental, but for the credits you can also provide some default value. Let's say you want to give default to 1000 credits, and it should be not null, and then save it. Now once you define this, obviously you have to push your schema file. So I will stop the Drizzle Studio, and then I will run Drizzle kit push command. So it will push the changes, and then it will say changes applied, and if I refresh it, you will see that new column. Let me run the studio again. So once you make the change, you can run the studio, so it will run, and right now if you see, the default credit 2000. So that's how you have to set up your DB and update the column if required, and also we save the user information. Now obviously if I refresh it, you also get a credit information in the return. So over here we will see the credits. Now obviously throughout the application we don't need to call this API endpoint or user API endpoint every time, right? So once we call it, we want to share this information across the application. The question is how, and that's where the use context play very important role. Use context is the React hook, which is a state management hook, in order to share your data across multiple components, and it's very easy to define. So let me show you how. So inside the root directory, we'll create a new folder called context, and all the context we can keep inside the context folder. Inside that we'll create a user detail context.tsx file, and then we'll simply add export async function, not function, so let me remove back. Here we'll say export constant user detail context is equal to create context. Make sure this create context you are importing from the React, and then inside that you can just pass null for now, okay, and then save it. Once the context is created, then you can wrap your application inside this context provider. So let me go to this app. Inside the provider.tsx you can wrap, we'll say user detail context dot provider, something like this. So what will happen, the idea is whatever the value we're going to provide inside this, it will share across all the pages and the components, okay, throughout the application. Now obviously you need to provide some default value. So over here we'll define a state called constant, a user detail with a use state, okay, and I will provide a type any for now. And then whenever you get a result, we'll set the user detail with the result dot data dot user, because that's how we are returning the value. And then you can pass this user detail comma set user detail, something like this. So we have this error. So what we'll do, inside the context you can pass a type any, so that you will not get that error, okay, and then save it. And that's how you can share your user detail information which you fetch it from the database across the different pages and the component. Now one last important thing I want to show, there is a lot of different clerk component which you can use it inside your application, and one of them is a user button. Now for example, let me clean this out. So I don't want this default page, so I will remove it, and then we'll add simple div, and inside this div we'll add a user button. Now this user button, if you see, it's importing from the clerk Next.js. If I save this and go back to our app, you will see this button at the corner. Now if I click on it, you will see this beautiful drop down which is added by the clerk UI component directly, and here you have option to manage your account with all the setting, okay. But similar to this, the clerk also provide a lot of different components which you can explore on the clerk documentation. But for now, make sure your project along with the authentication and database is set up. Now after this, we are going to push all our code to the GitHub, so that throughout the project we are going to create a separate branch for the new chapter, and then we are going to create a pull request. With the help of planout.dev, we are going to review our code using an AI. Planout.dev is a tool which I recently developed, which helps us to turn your any project idea into an executable task. Simply enter your idea and then it will generate a proper structured project task for you. You can simply copy the prompt and paste it inside your favorite IDE. Not only that, but Planout also provide a feature to review your any pull request or code using the Planout, and that's what we are going to integrate. It's free to use, so simply click the link in the description to join the Planout. Then once you sign in or sign up with the Planout, you will jump onto the dashboard. On the left hand side you will see all the option, like you can explore your existing project, or if you want to add a new project, enter your plan idea, then it will automatically get you all the tech stack. You have option to select the tech stack, then it will generate the features and then it will generate an executable plan for you. Pretty cool, right? And also it's free to use. You can connect your GitHub repo so that you can enhance your existing project as well. But right now in this project we are dealing with the code review, because we want to connect our GitHub project to this Planout so that it will automatically review our code. But before that, let's go back to the github.com, and inside that we'll create a new repo. We'll give the repo name AI testing automation agent. Then I will simply click create repo, then set the remote origin. So I will go back, and inside our IDE we'll initialize the git, then we'll set the remote origin, go to the source control over here, and then over here we'll stage all of this change and we'll give the commit message. Then simply say commit and then publish your branch. As you are pushing it very first time, so you can directly publish to the main branch, and then you will see all your code is just now pushed. Okay. Now simply once your GitHub repo has all the code, you can go to the Planout, and then you have option to install this planout.dev on inside your GitHub app, and then once it is installed, you can simply add a new repo. If your GitHub is not authenticated first time, so you have to authenticate, and then I will add the repo. Then over here, you can give all repo access, or you can give the access to the specific repo. So in my case, we'll say AI testing automation, and if you see that repo is there, now click save, and then you will jump back to this page and you will see your repo is now connected. Okay, now currently it is disabled, but you can enable it, and once it is enabled, now going forward, whenever you create a new pull request, it will automatically review with the help of plan arc. Okay, so AI will start reviewing that. Also over here you have setting option. You can either run this PR manually or you can run it automatically. You can change this. Also we have few settings which you can update anytime. Once you have the PR ready, you can just expand that and you will see all the PR reviews and all the details properly. Okay, I will show you once we have the PR raised, but right now hopefully you connect this your GitHub repo to the plan arc, so that going forward we can create a pull request and AI will review our code. Now first thing in our workflow, we need to implement the workspace layout. Inside the workspace layout, we have the header option to connect to the GitHub repo. So once you connect the GitHub repo, then we want to show the that listed repo which you added, and if it's not there, obviously we need to show some empty state. So in this chapter we'll focus on implementing the workspace layout. So let's go back to our application, and first thing we'll create a new route called workspace. So inside the app folder we'll create a workspace as a new route, and inside that we'll create a page.tsx file. Okay, and inside that we'll add a default template. We'll name it as a workspace. Now as this workspace or any other route which come under the workspace will be the protected one. Okay, so it means only authenticated user can access it. You can add its workspace its own layout, so you can add that. So we'll say layout.tsx file and then add a default template, and we'll name it as a workspace layout. Okay, and then save it. Now inside that we are going to add a children, and we are going to route all the workspace route through this children, something like this, and then save it. So obviously on the screen, if I go back to new route called workspace, you can access that route. Okay, but in order to protect from unauthorized user, you have to go to the middleware, and inside the middleware you have to protect that route. So inside the clerk documentation you will see how this clerk middleware will use to protect the route, right? If you scroll down, this is the protect routes example that you can simply copy as it is, and then you can paste it inside the middleware. Now if you see, this is the protected route, it means the dashboard or other things, right? So in our case I will replace this with a workspace, and all the workspace routes is protected, and we already have the condition to protect that route. Now once you save, and if user is not login, then user has to log in first, then it automatically redirect to sign in page, and once user sign in or sign up, then only he can see the workspace route. Now let's add a header at the top. So we'll create a new component. So we'll have the component folder, and inside that I will create a custom component as a new folder. Inside this custom component we'll add a new file called workspace header.tsx, then add a default template and then save it. Once you add this workspace header, you can import that inside your layout file just above this children. So we'll say workspace header and then save it, and after adding you will see the workspace header text showing. Now let's go to the workspace header, and on the left we want a logo, so I will say logo. After that in the middle we want a menu options, so here we will say menu options, and on the right we want a user button. Okay, now in order to add a logo, you can simply add your own logo if you have, or you can, for the logo placeholder, I will go to this logopism.com and you can find whichever logo you want. Let's copy one of the logo. Then we'll go back to our app and inside the public folder. So I will go to this app, and if you don't have public folder, don't worry, just add public, and then we'll create a logo.png file, and inside that you can paste the SVG which you copy for the logo. Okay, once you add it, then inside the workspace header you can add that inside the image tag. Make sure to import this image tag from the next/image, then the source, and then inside this we'll say logo.png. Then inside the alt add a logo, and then we'll say width and height. If I give width and height 100, so right now if you see logo is not showing because it's supposed to be a SVG file, and I will rename this to SVG only. Perfect. And now if I refresh, you will see that logo. Now obviously you need to change the width and height. So if I make it bigger, I think this is pretty good. After that, we need to add a center menu option. So I will add a UL tag, and inside that we'll add li tag. Here we'll say workspace. Then the another option will add pricing, and then support. Now for the UL, add a class name, we'll make it flex, then we'll make gap to 5. Okay, so it will be in one line. Then you can mark the text as a Excel, little bit bigger. Oh, I don't know how I change this one, but this need to be a 200. Let's make it 200, and we want in the same line, right? We'll add that in some time, and below that we'll add a user button. Perfect, right? So now let's bring everything in one line. So for this div, we'll mark class name as a flex item, or maybe we can say justify, or let's make it flex first, and then we'll say width full. Then we'll add a justify between, and let's add a padding to 4. Okay. Now sometimes when you write the Tailwind CSS classes, you will not get some suggestion, right? Now in order to get those suggestion from the Tailwind CSS classes, you have to add one extension inside your VS Code or Google Anti-Gravity, which is Tailwind CSS snippet tool. So simply install this extension, which is quite popular extension, and once you install it, then when you write it, you will get the suggestions. And right now if you see, we have the logo, and then the menu option and the user button as well. Now whenever I hover on any of these option, you can change the color. Okay, so let's say on hover we want to change the color to green, and if I hover, you will see the color is now changed to green. Okay, it's totally up to you which color you want to show. If you want to show a blue color, you can just search blue, something like this, and now it turned to blue. Okay, now also we have to make sure we'll change the pointer to cursor pointer, so you will see the pointer is also now changed. You can copy this for all of them. So whenever you hover on any of this option, you will see that color is now changed. So user will see, okay, it look like a selected one. So that's how our header is now completed. Now let's add a workspace layout bottom section. So for that one, I'm going to simply create another option. Here we'll say workspace body.tsx. Let's add a default template for that and then save it. Then that particular workspace body you need to add inside your workspace page. So I will go to the workspace, and inside the page.tsx we'll add workspace body and save it. So we'll make sure it displaying. Perfect. Now after this, we are going to add some margin. Okay, now what we'll do, obviously it's very difficult to switch between the different browser and tab, so I can explain like this, is much better. So over here we'll add a class name, we'll say margin x to auto and maximum width to, let's say, 4 XL. Okay, and save it. So on the smaller screen, obviously this will look smaller only, but here we'll add a padding to 10, and when I increase the screen size, you will see now this workspace body will start from here. Okay, it's totally up to you how much maximum width you need to give, and based on the bigger screen size it will automatically update it for you as well. Okay, now inside the workspace body, so let's go to this component, and here we'll add a h2 tag. Then inside this we'll say workspace as a big text, so we'll add a class name, we'll say text to 2XL, font medium, and then save it, or make it 4XL, little bit bigger, and then just write to it we want to show a credit option. So we already have the credit information, right? So let's wrap this inside the div, and over here we'll add another h2 tag, and here we'll say remaining credits, and we want to show a user actual credit. Now in order to get a user detail, so here we already have the user detail inside the context, so we'll say user detail is equal to use context, and then we'll say user detail context. Now once you use this React hook, we have to mark this component on the client side, because any React hook we have to set the component on the client side, and once you use the context, you have to provide a context name, and you have to destructurize the parameter which you pass, and now we have the user detail. Over here we'll say user detail dot credits, and then you will see the credits. Perfect, right? Now we want that on the right side, so for this div we'll make it flex, and then we'll make justify between, and vertically need to be a center, we'll say item to be in the center. Then over here we'll add a class name, and we'll say a text blue 700, or let's make it 800, and then we want a background to be text blue light background, something like this. Oh, this need to be a background, or let's make it little bit lighter. So over here we'll say 100, and we'll give padding x to 2 and round it to, let's say, large. Okay, so that's how our credit will look. Perfect. I think we have give the item to be in the center. Okay, it is in center, hopefully. And I think that's all about this workspace thing. Now below that, if you carefully observe, we want to give an option to add a repo. So below this we'll add a div. Now I want to show a GitHub icon, right, similar like shown inside this mockup. So you can download this icon from anywhere. Currently obviously we are using a Lucid icon, but Lucid did not provide this icon for us. So basically you have to add it from any free icon website. For example, in this case I am using this flat icon, and just search the icon which you are looking for. So in this case we'll say GitHub, simply download it, it's completely free. And once you download it, then I will copy this and we'll put inside our public folder. So I will keep this app open, and then we'll go to the public folder and then paste it. Now once you add that inside this, we'll say image from the next/image, and inside this we'll say source, and then we'll add a github.png. Then inside the alt tag we'll say is equal to GitHub, and we'll say width to be 200, height to be 200. I think that's all we needed. I don't know why we have this error. Oh, we forgot to import this image from the next/image and then save it. So here you will see the GitHub icon. It's too big, so we'll make this 40 and here as well 40. After this I will add a class name with a margin top to 5. Save this one, and similar like our eraser doc, if you see this option, after this we need to add this text. So we'll say s2 tag and we'll say connect GitHub and add repository. Then we'll add a class name with as a text large and then save it. Now after implementing the workspace layout, now it's time to connect our app with the user's GitHub repo. Once user click on the install or connect the repo, then it will simply navigate to the GitHub to give authorization, and then we will save the access token, so that access token we're going to use it to fetch all the repo. Okay, so in order to implement it, from the GitHub documentation, we need to make a call to authorize the user, and then we'll get the access token as well. Okay, so it's very easy. So we'll implement it step by step. First, we'll request a user for a GitHub identity. So this is the API endpoint for that. So first thing, we'll go back to our application, and inside the API, we'll create a new endpoint. So here we'll call it as a GitHub, and inside the GitHub we'll say route.ts file. Now in that we'll say export async function, and this is the get request. So if you see, this is the get request, right? So we have to call it get. We don't need any parameter, but inside that first we'll define a params is equal to new URL search params, and then we'll add some of the variable, let's say client ID. Okay, so we'll say client ID, and these all the variable is already mentioned here. So all of these you have to add one by one, which is required. So the client ID, and then we'll get the client ID from the environment variable. So we'll say process dot environment dot GitHub client ID. Okay, same way we have to add the redirect URL. So you can go over here, and this redirect URL parameter we need to add, and we'll say process dot environment redirect URL. Now it is very important to add a scope. So if you see, this scope is important in order to fetch the data. Now this some of the parameter is optional, so you don't need to add it. Okay, the state code challenge is recommended, but again it's an optional, so you don't need to add anything, but scope is a mandatory. So we'll add a scope so that you will get an access. So here we'll say repo read user. Okay, because we just want a read permission from the user's GitHub repo. Once you add that, then we'll say redirect, and we want to redirect user to that particular authentication URL. So copy that and simply paste it here, and then in the query parameter I will provide $params. That's all. Here make sure to import this redirect from the next/navigation. So not from this, we need to import it from the next/navigation, and then save it. Now this particular API endpoint we need to call inside our install button. So I will go to this workspace body, and inside that we have this install button. So maybe here we say plus add only, and I will wrap this inside the link tag, or obviously it will directly navigate it. So it's totally up to you how you want to handle it. Okay, so basically let's create a method. So we'll say constant on add repo, and then this on add repo we need to call on the click of this button. Now inside that, obviously first we'll authenticate if it's not authenticated already. So we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot get and /API dot GitHub. Now make sure to import this axios, and I will make this as async. Okay, and that's all. We don't need to implement anything. Now if I go back to our application, let's refresh this page and then click add. So right now we are getting some error. Let's see what is, oh, so it's saying the network error. So let's do one thing. So obviously instead of making this axios call, we will directly use a router. So we'll say constant router is equal to use router, and make sure this use router you importing from the next/navigation. Okay, and once you import it, then here we'll say router dot push, and then we'll say /API /GitHub. That's all. Okay, now obviously we did not added any client ID and redirect URI, but if I try to click add button, let me see what is the issue again. Let me refresh this. So we again have an error. Oh, we forgot to save this file. Maybe let's refresh it and try add, and right now if you see, it's navigating to the GitHub page, but it's saying the client ID and redirect URI is missing. Now the question is how to get those. So simply you can log into your GitHub account, and then on the right hand side you will see this profile icon. Click on it and go to the setting. Under the setting you will find an developer option or developer setting. Click on that, and then you can add a new GitHub app. Okay, so we click GitHub app, then once you authenticate to the developer setting, give the application name. So here we'll say AI testing automation agent. You can add a description if you want. Now for testing purpose, obviously we are using a localhost, so I will only add a localhost 3000. Then the callback URL we have to add. Currently we don't have the callback URL set up, but right now we'll add API /GitHub/callback. Okay, so I will add it like this for now, and then you can keep everything as it is. Okay, so here I will remove this webhook, and then simply click create GitHub app. As soon as you create a GitHub app, you will find this client ID. Okay, copy this client ID inside your .env file. So inside this .env I will paste it, but make sure you will add this environment variable name and redirect URI as well, something like this. Okay, we also need to generate the secret key, okay, in the later on, but for now let's keep only these two files. And for the redirect URI you have to use this callback one. Okay, obviously we don't have API endpoint for that, but we'll add it later on, and then save it. Once you add it, let's go back and test this out. So I will just refresh this, and then we'll click add, and now if you see, it asks, my application is asking for the permission. Okay, so once you authorize the permission, it will return, or it will go back to that particular route. See the callback route that we added, and it also give you one code. Now this code is very important in order to generate the access token. Okay, now in the next step is obviously we have to generate the access token, and once we have the access token we will save it in a cookie. You can save it in your database as well, and every time when you want to make an API request to the GitHub, you can use that access token. As simple as that. Okay, so what we'll do now, next step after authenticate, we'll go to the next step, which is redirect back to the site by the GitHub, and in order to generate this access token. Right now let's create the callback endpoint. So inside the GitHub we'll create another nested API endpoint route. So we'll say callback, and then we'll add a route.ts file. Now inside this we'll add export async function. Then this is a get request, and we'll say request next request. Inside this we'll get the code first. So we say constant code is equal to request dot next URL dot search param dot get, and then we'll say code, and then save this file. Now if the code is missing, so here we'll add a condition. If the code is missing, then we'll return a next response. The suggestion, I'm getting very late, but we'll say response dot redirect, and then we'll say new URL with the workspace with an error. Okay, and we can show some error, let's say missing code as a code status. Here we'll say request dot URL. Make sure to import this next response. So here we'll say next response, and once it is imported, then you are good to go. Okay, so here I need to add one more. Oh, this need to be inside this brace only, and then save it. But if you have the code, then you have to call that particular API endpoint, okay, to this access token. So copy that, and here we'll say resource await is equal to fetch, and then add this string regarding the access token. After that, we'll say method as post, because we want to make a post request. Inside the headers, we'll add a content type. So we'll say content type as application slash JSON, and then we want to accept the application slash JSON only. Over here, this need to be just space. Then next thing, after adding a header, we want to add a body. So inside the body, you will add JSON dot stringify, and then inside that you have to add a client underscore ID. Those parameter is already mentioned here. Okay, client ID, client secret key. So we'll say client ID as process dot environment dot GitHub client underscore ID. Then we also want to add a client secret key. So for the client secret key, we have to say process dot environment dot GitHub client secret. And then last, we have to pass the code which we got it, and then save it. Now obviously we don't have the client secret key, that we have to get it. So inside your .env file, we'll save the client secret key. Okay, and in order to generate the client secret key, you can go to your GitHub developer setting, and inside that you will find an option under client secret. You have to generate a new client secret. Just click on it, copy that client secret key, and then paste it here. After this, once you paste it, now you have the client secret key as well. Okay, now this particular fetch will result some data. So we'll say constant data is equal to await, and then we'll say resource dot JSON. Okay, so once we have the result, from the result we'll get the token. So we'll say data dot access token. Now over here inside the documentation, you will find how the response will get. So inside the access token will get the token only. Okay, that token you have to get it. Once you have the access token, then you can save that. But if you don't have the token, so if there is no token, you can simply return some you can simply return the next response dot redirect. So similar like this one. So I will just copy that and we'll paste it here. But in this case, instead of missing code, I will say token underscore exchange fail. Okay, and then save it. But once if you have the token, right, we can redirect user to the specific page, which means on the workspace. So we'll say next response dot redirect, and then we'll say new URL slash workspace page. Okay, and then we'll say request dot URL. After this, whatever the token we get it, we have to store it in a cookie. So here we'll say store token in HTTP only cookies. So in order to store it, we'll say response dot cookies, because from there, right, whatever the URL is there, in that URL's cookie, it will save that token. You can even save it inside your database. So it's totally up to you. But while making any GitHub API call, you need that token. So we'll say GitHub token, and then we'll save that token. Okay, obviously while saving there are a couple of things we need to add because we need to provide the cookies expire time. So here we'll say HTTP as a true, then secure is equal to, so here we'll say secure process dot environment dot node environment as a production, and we want a 30 days, so you need to provide a maximum age as a 30 days, and then you can provide a path as a slash, and then same site you have to provide as LX, and then save it. So this will save your token inside your cookies for 30 days, and then inside the return you can simply return the response. Okay, something like this, and then save. Now that's how you have to save your token. Okay, so let's test this out. So we'll go back to our application where we got the token, and obviously this token exchange is failed because it's an old token, right? We have to authenticate again, and that's why we get this message. So let's go to the workspace, click add. Now we'll authenticate, and it looked like we authenticate successfully. Let me see if we have any error. So we have error which is the current user, that's different thing, but it looked like it's saving. You can verify by going to our callback, and if you see in the callback we got the URL and then get request and post. So you can verify by going to the inspect panel. Then in order to verify whether it's saved or not, go to this inspect panel, application, and then under the cookies you will see your website. Now here either you can search it with the GitHub token because that is the name we gave, and you will see the GitHub token for our the access token which is generated from the GitHub. Pretty cool, right? And that's how you have to authenticate the user. Now the question is, how can we know on the front end side whether we have the token or not, and depends on that we have to change the button and all. Now another important thing, you can even save the GitHub repo or user avatar, the name, inside your database. So quickly what we are going to do, if user is did not connected our GitHub account, we'll change this method to, let's say, setup. Okay, and once it is connected, it means we need to check whether the token is there or not. So we have to get the token first. So we'll say constant cookie store is equal to await, and then here we'll say cookies. Okay, now these cookies you have to import from the next slash headers, and once you import it, here we have this await. Maybe we can mark this as async function so we don't have that error. And now once we have the cookie store, so we'll say constant token is equal to cookie store dot get, and then you have to provide that name. So we'll say GitHub token. Okay, and then its value we need to fetch. Now if there is a token, then here we'll say if token is not there, then you obviously user have to authenticate, right? Otherwise we'll show another button. Here we say add repo, and then close the tag and then save it. Right now once you save, you will see some error. Now this error it came because we are trying to access the next header on the client side, because our component or page is on the client side and you cannot do that. So basically we have to fetch the token on the server side, and then we have to get that using some API endpoint. So inside the API, or maybe inside the GitHub only, we'll create again another endpoint called token, and then inside that we create a route.ts file. Here we'll say export async function, and we'll say get request next request and the arrow function. Make sure to import this next request, and then inside this we're going to simply add constant cookie store is equal to await. Let me copy the same one. So here we'll copy everything as it is and we'll paste it here. Now you can import this cookie from the next/header, and after this, once you have the token, you can simply return in the next response.json, and maybe inside that you can say token as token. Make sure to import this next response as well and save it. Now inside the workspace body you can add a method called constant get GitHub user token is equal to arrow function, and then we'll say constant result is equal to await Axios. We already have Axios dot get, and then inside that we'll say /API/GitHub/token, and then you can console this token for now. So we'll say console.log result.data.token and then save it. And obviously we have to save the token, so we can create token set token is equal to use state, and then here we're gonna simply set the token as result.data.token. Now this get GitHub user token we need to call inside the use effect whenever this component load. And make sure to save this. Once you save it, you can check this out. So we'll go to the workspace page and we'll go to the inspect. Now here you don't need to mark async because that's why we are getting this error. And now if I go to this inspect panel, go to the console, and you will see the GitHub access token. Okay, so that's how you have to get the user access token. Now obviously once we have the access token, so you can easily fetch the GitHub repo, and then we're gonna give option user to add a GitHub repo and everything. Okay, that we will see in a moment, but for now make sure you are able to connect your application to the GitHub, and then you are getting the access token. Now after this we are going to push our code, so we'll create a new branch, and here we'll say GitHub connect, then we'll stage all of the change, and here as well we'll say commit message with the GitHub comment. Make sure the branch is checked out so that you can simply over here stage the file and then click commit, and then don't forget to push your changes. After that you will get an option to connect or to create a pull request. Simply click create pull request, and then once the pull request is created, Planarch will start reviewing your code. See, it started reviewing. So just give a seconds or two, and then you will see the summary, the key risks to double check, right? Because we added the environment variable, verify the client ID and client security are correctly configured in the development or deployment environment and everything, and then suggested improvement as well. So this Planarch will give you the complete summary, the things to check it out, and the improvement suggestion. Then you will see the inline comment as well, properly mentioned one by one. This is the medium one, and along with that you will see the Axios get call need to be wrapped inside the try catch. If you get any network error, then it will catch it. Obviously that's very good practice to implement it. Okay, so in my next PR going forward I will add that, and same thing you can just check each PR comment because that help a lot. And after that you can simply merge your pull request. Once you are happy with it, click confirm and merge. Okay, now inside the planarch.dev over here, if I refresh this, you will see the 3 count, and inside the view report you will see this complete report as well. So that's why the Planarch is one of the best code reviewing tool and generating the proper project task for you if you are building any new project. Now after this, we want to get all the repo, and so that user can select the repo from the list. We already have the GitHub repo connected. The only thing that we need to do is to fetch the user's repo. So for that one, inside our application, when user click on add repo, we are going to show a dialog, and on the dialog user can select the repo. Now in order to add a dialog, you can simply going to add a ShadCN component. The ShadCN is already included in our Next.js boilerplate, but only thing we need to install is a dialog component. So go to the dialog component, and inside this we have this dialog command in order to install it. So I will copy this npm command, just paste it here. So it will add the dialog component. So here we'll say yes to proceed, and then it will install the dialog component for us. After this, we'll go to our workspace, and inside that we have workspace body, right? Now obviously once user click on add repo, we want to open that dialog. So we'll create a custom component and we'll name it as repo dialog.tsx, then add a default template and then save it. Now in order to use a dialog, first from this example you can copy this dialog import as it is. After this, you have to copy this example and simply paste it here and then save it. Now this is the dialog trigger which will open the actual dialog. Okay, now let's go to workspace, and here let me remove this add repo, and instead of this, now we'll replace that with a repo dialog. Okay, now inside the repo dialog, this is the trigger, so we'll replace with this our own button and then save both the file. Once you save, if I go back to our application and click on this add repo, let me refresh this and click on add repo, then you will see this dialog. Perfect, right? Now let's update the content for this dialog. So at the top, I will change this dialog header and we'll add it as add repository, and for the dialog description we'll add search and select one of your GitHub repositories and save it. So on the click you will see this description. After that, we inside the dialog content, so maybe after this I will add a simple div, and inside this div we want to show all the repo list. Okay, obviously currently we don't have the list of repo, but here we're gonna add it. And at the bottom, so here we have dialog footer. Let's import that dialog footer, and then inside this we'll add dialog close button to close the dialog. So here we'll add a cancel button. So this is how it look like. So if I add this repo, somehow it's not reflecting. Oh, it's added in the cancel. That's weird. Maybe we need to add inside the content. Let's see. Yeah, so here we have the cancel button, and then we want to add another button, and here we'll say add. Okay, now we have add and cancel button. For this we'll add a flex and we'll add a gap to 5. Okay, so you have cancel button. On the click of cancel, if you see that dialog is go away. Perfect. Now as soon as you open this add repo, we need to make an API call in order to fetch the repo. Okay, so from the GitHub documentation, inside that you can find how to connect it, or in order to search it quickly you have this search. Okay, and Google Copilot will help you. So here we'll say how to fetch users GitHub repo, users GitHub repo. And then it will give you the proper answer that how to implement and everything. If you see, we have to use the GitHub user repo, but we already authenticate, so we really don't need to pass the username. But over here, if you see, we have this endpoint to which we need to make an API call to get the current user repo list. Okay, so what we can do, we can create a new API endpoint. So you can create inside the GitHub only, and inside that we'll create a new file, we call it as repos, and inside that we'll create a route.ts file. Now inside that, let's add export async function, and this is the get request, so we'll simply going to call a get request, something like this. And then inside that we'll say constant cookies store, because we need to get the access token, right, which we are saving in cookies. So here we'll say await cookies. Make sure to import this from the next/header. Then we'll say constant token is equal to cookie store dot get, and our cookie token name is GitHub token dot value. So that's how we'll get the token. Obviously, if token is not there, then we'll simply going to write here, we can change this to next response dot json, and then we'll say it's not found. Otherwise, we'll create one constant to save all the repos. Then obviously we'll initialize the first page, and we'll add a condition while true. Then we'll use constant result is equal to await fetch, and inside this fetch we need to add this endpoint. So copy this endpoint and paste it here. So make sure it's a api.github.com/user/repos, and then you can add maximum pair per page is 100, and then here we say and page is equal to $page. So here dollar and then page. Okay, now you can even order this by, okay, so it has a proper query, you can pass proper parameter. Here we'll say order is equal to updated. So whenever you update any repo, it will show it at the top. Then we'll implement the headers, and inside the header we have to pass an authorization. Here let me add, this needs to be an authorization, so we'll say authorization, and we want to add bearer token, so we'll say bearer with a capital B and the token which you already fetching, and then we'll say accept application GitHub vnd.github.json. okay, so make sure to use this one. I'm getting AI suggestion, so it is easy for me, but make sure to add that as well, and then close the curly braces. Then after this we'll add a constant repos is equal to await response.json, and once you get it, here we'll say if the response.length is not there, then we can simply break it. Otherwise we'll say all repos.push, and then we'll add all of the repo, and we'll say page plus plus, because if there are 200 repo, right, so it will just go away, and it will scan all of the pages, and then it will add it to your all repo. Once you have all the repo, right, you can return the result. So here we'll say next response.json, and you can map all of this, okay, with a proper way, or you can simply return all the result as it is. And that's how our get GitHub repo endpoint is now ready. After that, we'll go to the repo dialog again, and inside that now we'll create a method called constant get repo list, and the arrow function inside this will say constant result equal to await axios dot get and GitHub repos. Here make sure you are using axios to so we'll import this axios, and we are using await, so I'll mark this as async. After that, we'll console the result first and we'll see what data we are getting. Now, this get repo list we need to call as soon as you open this dialog. So here we'll say get repo list and then save it. Now if I go back and I will open the inspect panel as well, so you can see the console and click add repo. Now obviously I don't know, nothing happened. Let me retry it with the network tab. We'll clean everything and click add repo. Oh, that's weird, or maybe it's executing immediately, I'm not sure. Okay, so over here if you see, it's already calling this repo API endpoint and currently it's showing pending. So somehow it failing, I'm not sure exactly, but it's still showing pending. So for error, you can simply go ahead and check it the console. So I don't see any error yet. So let's check what is the issue. So right now over here if you see, it's supposed to be accept, so there is spelling mistake. And one more thing I found over here, this need to be an and your query parameter. Okay, now let's test this out. So I will again open the inspect panel, console, go to the network tab and refresh it, and right now if you see, we got the repo. Perfect. Now inside this you will see all the list of repo. Right now I have 98 different repo, and each repo has a different fields. So in that one you will see a comment URL, compare URL and many other things. Right now we really don't need all of this information, so that you can even just map it with the proper data. So what we can do, once we returning the data, instead of passing all of the data, we just need some of them. So what we can do, we can say map and we'll say R, and then we'll say ID of rr.id. for a name, we'll say name.rname with a full name, then whether it's a private or not, along with the HTML URL. You can even add a description, updated at. Then the owner, it's not really necessary, but you can just ignore the owner for now. But I think that's all we needed. If you want, you can add a language as a r.language, and then the most important thing, we'll pass a default branch as r.default branch. Here we'll say r.map and then we'll close it here and save it. Now if I refresh it, let me close and let's refresh it again. Then in that case, in the network tab under for this repo, okay, we got the data, but now in that case we'll see the proper data, not all of them. Perfect, right? Now once you click add repo, we need to make sure that name of the repo, the HTML URL, ID, everything gets saved to our database. Here I will also get the owner, who is the owner of that repo. So we'll say owner.login and then save it. Perfect. Now also we want to save this information to our database as well, and currently we don't have any table which will hold added repo. So here we'll say export constant repository. So here say pg table with the repo. Then inside that we need to add a different column. So first is ID, then you can add a user ID which is belong to this user. Okay, so this is how you have to add it. So you have to give the user ID reference, and then we'll say user.id which is not null. After that we'll add a repo ID, the name, full name, the private HTML URL description. So whatever you are getting inside this, you can simply add that one. Okay, something like this. And I think let's add remaining one, which is owner, text.owner, which is not null. I think that's all we needed, and then save. Now each of the repo ID will generate a unique ID as well. Okay, so right now if you see based on our table, it will generate it, or you can use this repo ID because that also a unique one. Next, once you add this new table, you have to push it. So you can simply run command npx drizzle git push. Okay, and once it pushed, if there is any error, obviously it will show it, otherwise it will say changes applied. And you can always check it inside your Drizzle Kit Studio locally by running this command, and it will open the Drizzle Studio locally. Over here, if you see the new table added along with all the column. Now on the backend side only, so once we get the list, obviously we need to return this list first and then we'll add the data. So once we get the repo list, here we'll create a new state called repo list. Here we'll say use state, make sure to import that, and we need to provide a type for that. So here we'll say type repo, and I will add all of this type as it is. So I think let me copy that. So we have updated add language, or this need to be language, default branch owner, so language, default branch and owner. So all of this information I added now, and then I will provide a repo which is the list, so that you can simply save the data. So we'll say result.data and save this file as well. Now let's display all of this list. So inside this repo list, first I want to add a input box which will basically help us to search the repo, and then we want to add the list. So let's define the list first. So we'll add ul tag, and then we'll say a repo list dot map. Inside that we'll say repo arrow function, and then inside that we'll say li tag, and then we'll say repo dot full name. And if you want to add any other things, you can add that too. Let's save it and let's see how it looks on the dialog. So if I click add repo, you will see this list. Obviously it's not structured very well yet. So over here we'll add a class name. We'll say maximum height to let's say 60, and overflow y auto, so it will add a scroll bar as well. So if you see, we have the proper scroll bar. Then so for this li tag, we'll add a class name, and then we'll add some padding. So let's say padding to 4. Then we'll add a border bottom, so that if you see, we have this beautiful scroll. For this ul, we'll add a border and we'll make rounded to 2xl. Okay, so it will be easy to search it. Let's make it XL only for now. After that, just above this, I want to add an input box. So in order to add an input, you can use a Shatsion input component. So I will go to the Shatsion and just search for this input component. This is how you can add it. So copy this command. So you have to add if it's not there, otherwise you don't need to add. Here we'll say yes to proceed, and then in order to use it, you can simply use an input. I don't know whether it's installed or not, so let's see. Okay, now it's ready to use. So here we'll say input component, and inside that we'll say placeholder, and then we'll say search repo by name. So let's go back to our app, and now we have this search bar. Let's add some margin top to this one, and here you can easily search it. Now whenever I type something, right, we have to make sure it will search, and whenever I hover on any of this element, I want to show some kind of background color. So maybe over here we'll say on hover, change background to let's say foreground color. Foreground is too dark, or let's do one thing, let's change this to gray. 100. Perfect. Okay, and you can even change this to a cursor pointer. Also, whenever user select any repo, we need to store in one of the states. So here we'll say selected repo, comma set selected repo is equal to use state, and then we can also add a condition for the selected one. So I will add inside the curly braces something like this in order to add a conditional Tailwind CSS class, and here we can write a condition. So here we'll say selected repo dot we can say ID matches with the current repo dot ID. In that case, we need to add a background gray, let's say 100, otherwise null, and save it. Now if I click on add repo and select any repo, right? Oh, so we don't have on click event because on click of it we want to save in that state, right? So basically here we'll add on click event, and whenever user click on it, right, so we'll set the selected repo as the repo, so that when you click on it, you will see now it's showing it as a selected one. Perfect. So whichever you select, it will show in a highlighted way. After that, let's add a search criteria. So we have this input, and here we'll say on change. On change, we have to store the user entered input. So obviously inside the on change, it will emit the event, and in order to store in a state, so here we'll say constant search term, and then we'll set the use state. The default is string. Here we'll say set search term with the event dot target dot value, and as soon as it start changing, then we have to immediately filter that out. So over here we'll say constant filtered repo list is equal to use memo. So we're gonna use a memo to remember the value, and then inside that we'll say constant query is equal to search term dot trim dot lowercase, and then if there is a no query, then it will return the complete repo list. Otherwise we'll say repo list dot filter, and then inside that we'll say repo, or we'll say just R, easy to understand. So we'll R dot full name dot to lowercase dot includes query. I think that's all we need. Okay, but if you want to add on multiple condition, you can add that too. And over here, as we are using memo, obviously we need to execute whenever this search term and repo list is changed. Okay, so whenever the search term change and repo list change, you have to use or you have to execute this filter list. Now obviously instead of iterating the repo list, now we'll iterate this filtered repo list. So I will replace with the filter repo list, and now if I click add repo, obviously you will see the repo, but here if I start typing, right, you will see I am able to search it quickly. Perfect, right? And once you select that, on the click of add button, we want to save it to our database. So let's add that. So over here we'll say on click save repo to DB, and this method we need to create because we don't have this method. So I will say constant save to database, and inside that either you can call an API endpoint, you can directly save, but it's always good to call an API endpoint for that. So I will create a new endpoint inside the API, and inside that we'll say user repo. Inside the user repo, we'll create a route.ts file, and then here we say export async function, and this need to be a post request. So we'll say post request of type next request and the arrow function. Inside this, whichever the repo we want to pass, all of this information we need to save. So we'll say constant, and we destructurize this. So we'll say repo ID. Then basically I need all of these query params. So basically all of this I want. So we'll say ID, name, full name. So we'll say ID, name, then full name. Then what else we have? Private HTML URL, private comma HTML URL, then description language, description comma language, comma updated add. Let me see, updated add, default branch and owner. Updated add, default branch and owner, and then that we will get it from the request.json. Okay, so all of this value we need it. I'm not sure about this private. Okay, private we also need that, but private is a reserved word. Oh, that's interesting, because we cannot use the private like this. So what we can do, we'll say underscore for this private, and while you are returning the data from the GitHub repo, right, here as well I will return it as a underscore. Okay, so when you are getting the data, you will send it as a private underscore. Perfect. Now once you have all of this information, so it's totally up to you whether you want to destructurize or not. Okay, and now we'll say constant result is equal to await db dot insert, and then we want to insert into a repo table. So we'll say repository from the db schema. I will just verify once that's correct table name. So it's a repository dot values, and inside this value you have to add each value one by one. So first we have the repo ID as it is, then we don't have the user ID here. This ID will mention it as a user ID, so we'll add user ID, then the name, full name, then for private we'll say private or not, so it belong to 1 or 0, the HTML, description, language and owner. So all of this value you have to add it. For this I will add ts ignore for now, and then save it. So this will actually save our information, and you can return the inserted record. So over here we'll say return next response dot json and result of 0. This need to be a return, and then save it. Now make sure when you call this API endpoint, you will pass the user ID. Okay, that user ID nothing but not a clerk ID. This need to be a database record ID. Now once your API endpoint is ready to insert the record, we'll go back to our repo dialog where we have the saved repo to database. So here we'll say if there is no selected repo, then we'll return nothing. Otherwise we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot post, and we'll call API slash user repo, and inside that we have to add all of this information as it is. Okay, then we have to add user ID. For the user ID we need to get user information on this dialog, and from the context you can get it. So we'll say user detail, use context, make sure to import that, and then we'll say user detail context from the user detail. So we have user detail dot ID. After that I think we need to pass owner as a selected repo owner. Let's see what else we need to pass. Updated add, then language. So we'll say updated add, then language as selected repo dot language, and default branch. As we are using await, I will mark this as async. Now make sure whatever the field you are passing, and obviously here we are fetching that, and then you are inserting it. As simple as that. Now let's test this out. Before testing I will just console the result. So we'll say result dot data, and when you insert it, right, we have to make sure you will show some kind of notification message, as well as you have to close this dialog. Okay, now in order to close a dialog, there is a couple of ways that you have to do it. So first we'll define a constant, and here we'll say is open comma set is open and by default to false. Now once you insert the record, we'll set the is open to false, and to this dialog you have to pass open field, and then we'll say is open. Okay, and whenever the open change there is another field called on open change, and that time you have to set open to true. Okay, so that's how you have to do it. So let's save it, and once it is inserted, right, we have to make sure that our home page will also get refreshed. So over here we'll say set refresh page, and then we'll pass it as a true. Basically once it is in insert, right, we have to pass this set is refreshed with a type boolean. Okay, so that's what I provide the type, and then save it. So inside the workspace, now I can accept this set refresh. Here we'll say refresh of type boolean, and then I will, for now I will just console it as a refresh. Perfect. Now test this out. So I will go back inside the inspect panel. You can see the error if you find anything, but click add repo. You can search any repo you want, and once you select it, you can click add. Right now if you see, we have some internal server error, 500 means, so it means we have error inside our API endpoint. So you can always check the API endpoint error inside the terminal, and it's saying the invalid time value. So basically inside our route you don't need to pass this, you can just simply say updated at and save it, and let's test this out again. So once you click add, we still have another error, so let's see why. So right now if you see, we have an error, it's saying null value in a column updated at. So updated at column value might not have any value, so I will do one thing, I will remove this complete column, because anyway we are not using that column anywhere. Now when you are updating your columns, right, you have to make sure you will update your schema, and then you update your database by running this command npm drizzle git push. So basically it will remove that particular column. Okay, and now if I try to add it, you will see the record is get added, and on our workspace body it returned true. It means it returned to the main page, and it's saying okay, you have to refresh this page, so that repo list will display on this workspace page. Okay, but the interesting thing, we successfully insert the record, and now obviously you can verify by going to the repo, and over here I don't know why it's okay, we have to go to the data format. Oh, let me refresh this, my bad, because it has a old updated column, and if you see, we have all of this information like user ID, repo ID, all the information we want, we saved it. Obviously if the repo don't have description, that's completely fine. So that's how guys you have to fetch the repo from the user GitHub account, and then we want to give an option to the user to add it inside your project, and obviously we have to save it to your database. Now it's time to create a new branch, and we'll push all our changes which we made in this chapter. So I will create a new branch, and here we'll say fetch users GitHub repo list, then hit enter, make sure it's checked out, and then you can give the commit message. Then you can stage all of these changes and simply say commit, and don't forget to publish your branch so that in your account you can create a new pull request. So if I refresh this, we'll see this fetch user GitHub repo list, click on it and simply click create pull request. Once you click the create pull request, plan arc will start commenting on your PR without doing any further delay, and not only that, in few minutes or a few seconds, you will see it also left a comment with a proper summary that what are the changes you made in this one, and then you have some inline comment, okay, for your complete project. Now inside this it will show what you implemented and properly. So it's implemented a GitHub repository fetch API to return user repo, then added that selected repo into the database, a repo dialog to allow user to search and select repo. Everything is mentioned properly, and then once you are happy with all the changes, you can merge that into your main branch, and you can always go over here inside the plan arc to verify your last running peer view report, and inside the report you will see the complete report as well. Now it's time to display all the selected repo on your workspace page, and obviously first we only show the top section where you will see the repo name, the branch and basic information, and then you have option to expand this. This is just a mockup, but once you expand it, then you will see some status option and then your test cases as well. So let's go back to our application, and inside that we need to display it. So first thing we need to create the API endpoint to fetch the repo. So we already have API endpoint for the user repo. Inside that we'll add a GET request. So I will say export constant function GET, and then we'll just add it something like this. This need to be an export async function. Now here we'll say request next request. Right now we are fetching all the user related added repo right from the database. So we don't really need a search parameter, but we'll just add it later on if we need to fetch only repo info or record which belong to that particular repo ID. But right now we really don't need it. Here we need to get a user ID, so we can get that user ID. So we'll say user ID is equal to search param dot get, and then we'll say user ID. So obviously this search param we are using to get the user ID. That user ID we are passing from the GET request. Then here we'll say constant result is equal to await database dot select from, then the table is repository dot, here we'll say dot where, and inside the where condition we'll add equal to, and we have to compare it repository user ID and then our user ID. Okay, so if user ID is not there, we'll pass it as 0. Here maybe we can add ts ignore for this equal to, and once we get the result, then we can return it using next response dot result, as simple as it is. Then we'll go back to our workspace page.tsx where we have workspace body, and inside that currently we are showing empty workspace, right? But now inside the workspace body we can fetch all of those get post list, right? So here we'll say get repo list, I will say get user repo list, you get user added repo list, and then inside that we can simply call this API endpoint. So we'll say axios dot get user ID, and user detail we already have, which we are getting from the context. We are passing to as a query parameter. Here we'll mark this as a async, and this is a GET request, right? Now we'll simply return the result first. We'll see what data we are getting. Now for this get user added repo list, right, instead of calling this inside the use effect, we'll call inside the GitHub user token, because once we get the token, then only it's better to fetch it. It's totally up to you, or let's fetch it inside the use effect, because this is the repo list we are directly fetching from the database and not from the GitHub. So let's save it, and obviously I will check inspect panel to verify whether we are getting the data inside the console or not. So right now if I refresh it, you will see the data, or this is the repo dialog. Let me scroll down. Oh, is this the one? I don't think so. Not this one. It looks like we are not getting the data. We have an error 500. See, so let's see why we are getting this error. So if I go to this bottom, you might see an error. Let me remove some console, so it's difficult to find it out. So from the repo route, I already have this console, which I will remove it and then we'll refresh it so that we can see the proper error. So right now if you see, it's saying an error at await db select, and it's saying invalid input syntax for the undefined. So it look like that user id is not get. So inside the workspace we have the user id which we are passing. This is correct. Then we'll go to the user repo. Here we are fetching the user id and this is the user id. Let me remove that and let's save it. So basically inside our database, make sure you have this user id, right? So we have that. Okay, the reason that we are getting this undefined because this context taking some time to fetch data and we are calling that immediately, right? So maybe we'll add it inside the another use effect and we'll only execute when we have the user detail information. Okay, so here we'll say user detail is there, then only call the get user added repo list, right? So now if I return it, or if I fetch it again and then if I go to the console, you will see the result. Okay, now we have the repo which we added. Perfect. After that we need to save that added repo list in one state. So here we say constant user repo list. So here we say user repo list comma set user repo list and use state. Here we need to define that type. So if you remember, we already have that type defined inside the repo dialog at the top. Here you can export this, so you don't need to define it again. Once you export, you can directly use it. So here we'll say repo and then it's a array of string. So that's what we define. Now once you have the user repo list, right, here there are some parameter will not match. Maybe we need to create a separate type inside our workspace body. We cannot use this one because the column which we added is different. Okay, the result we are getting is a little bit different. So let's add. So over here we'll say user repo as a new type and we'll define type at the top. So we'll say id number, repo id, full name and all of this information. We also add user id, the language and default branch. Perfect. So that now we have the complete list. Now whenever the list is there, we don't need to show this empty workspace page. So here we'll say if the user repo list is not there, then only show the empty workspace. Otherwise we want to show, otherwise for now I will say null. Okay, and now if I go back, you will see that it's not showing because we have the user added list. Now here we're going to create a new component in order to display the GitHub repo. So here we'll say user repo list.tsx, add a default template and then we're going to add that user repo list over here. Make sure to import that. Oh, I don't know what happened here. Let me user repo list. I think that's correct one. User repo list, we have to import it from the user repo list. Perfect. We forgot to import. Now we are good. Now here you will see the user repo list. Now let's go to the user repo list and here we need to fetch all the repo list. So here we say user repo list or we'll just add repo list. Now I will provide a type as a props, and we'll define a type props, and from the workspace body I will export this type so that we can use it. So over here we'll say repo list of type user repo, and it's a list. Perfect. And obviously don't forget to pass the user repo list. So here we'll say repo list as user repo list. So whatever the list we are saving, right, inside this state we have to pass it, but make sure don't forget to set the value once we get the user repo list from and this user repo list we need to pass to our new component. Now here we need to display it. So in order to display and add the functionality where you can expand this, right, on the click we are going to use a SharedCN component called accordion. So if I expand this, you will see the hidden text add content as well. So that's how we want. So I will copy this npm package in order to install that, and then we're gonna simply install it. Now for the example purpose, you can copy this example. Make sure to copy this import statement first, and then copy this accordion. So I will add first repo list dot map. Let me undo this. Repo list dot map. I will say repo comma index and the arrow function, and paste this accordion example. Now what it will do, if you go back to our application, somehow it's not showing this accordion. Now it displays, see. Okay, so here we have option to expand that as well. Now let's update this. So for the trigger I'm going to show a proper name of the repo. So we'll say repo dot full name, and then you will see the repository full name over here, and for this accordion we'll say key as the index. Oh, the field name is a full name. Okay, so here I need to update this to full name. HTML URL is also not an underscore. Okay, and I don't know why we are getting, okay, I think maybe we map the result, so I will update that everywhere, the default branch as well. Maybe now we'll get the full name, so it will display the full name, see, something like this. Now I'm going to add some styling to this, so let's wrap it inside the div. And inside the h2 we'll add that. Then here I'm going to add an image with a source, and here we'll add a github.png image only. Alt will say github, and width I will say 20, height to 20. Now let's bring that everything in one line. So over here we'll say class name, make it flex, item to be in the center, and gap to 2 for now. Okay, then below that we are going to add some more information. So what I will do, I will just add h2 tag, or maybe sorry the div, and inside the div will add h2, and then here we'll add a p tag. Now inside the p tag we'll add a branch name. So here we'll say repo dot default branch, then we'll add a dot. So I already, you can copy the paste this dot from anywhere. Then I want to add a repo language and updated at when it updated, but we really don't need when it's updated, so I will remove that. And I think that's all we need for now, and if I save it, you will see this main and TypeScript. Perfect. So now for this div, we'll add a class name, we'll make it flex, we'll make flex column, item to be in the center, or we can say item to be in the start, and gap to let's say 1. Now for this h2, we'll make text access. Okay, so we have, and we can change the color, let's say 500, so it will show little light. This one we can make it little bit bigger. Perfect. And you can add more gap between this and this one. Perfect. Obviously right now we only have one repo, but you can add more repo into this. For example, if I go over here and let's add this resume builder, for example, and click add. Now once you add it, if you see, it's not refreshing immediately, right? So once you manually refresh it, then only you will see that information. So that's because if you remember, inside our workspace body, right, when we have the repo dialog, we just console this log, right? But instead of that, now we're gonna call this get user added repo list. Okay, so it will refresh it, and then we will call this particular method, so it will give you the updated one. Also you can add a toast message to show a proper loading indicator. It's totally up to you how you want to handle it, but for now I think this look much better. Now we'll add some border to this each of the accordion item. So for this one, we'll add a class name and we'll add a border, we'll add a padding x to 5 and we'll make rounded to let's say XL and save it. Okay, now we don't need this outer border, so we can remove this outer border if you don't want. So from the workspace we want to remove this card content. Obviously it's added to complete one, so let's do one thing, let's redesign this particular one. So when there is a empty workspace, then only you can show the card. And now I will move out this over here, and now if you see, we don't have card, but obviously don't forget to add some margin from the top, something like this. And I will also write here, we'll say repo jitter is, I will say margin y to 3 and text medium, or sorry, font medium, and save it. Perfect. So here you will see all your repo, and if you expand, then you will see your all the content, okay, like how many test case and everything. So for now I hope you understand how we added this particular section. Now on the expand, we want to add the remaining one, which is the status and the list of test cases. Now for the status card, so in order to show this, I already wrote a code. Okay, so I created this status card as a new component, and inside this you will see I'm just passing the icon and the title along with their value. Okay, so I will copy the status card as it is, and you can even put it inside the user repo list just below this. Remove this string formatting and save it. After that I also have the accordion content which will render the status card. So inside this content, we'll replace it with the content. You can get all of this code from the eraser doc. I will put the link in the description, so make sure to copy and paste it here. And also for the placeholder purpose, you can add a total test, pass test, this value as it is, and then make sure to add all of this icon from the Lucid React. So import this statement, just do the control space, you will get the suggestion, and then make sure to import that. Once you save it, let's import this button component along with the icon and save it. And if I go back to our application, you will see on expand we have this total test, pass, obviously all the status card, and then option to generate the test case. On the click of this generate test case, Then we have to call an AI model. We have to scan all our repo, and then AI model will generate the test case for us. Okay, so that logic we are going to implement in the next chapter. But for now, the UI part, make sure it's ready so that we can implement the generate test case feature. Now, once the UI is completed, and obviously some of the code you can just copy paste from the eraser doc, then now we'll put this to our branch. So we'll create a new branch for this new changes. So we'll click on create branch, and then we'll say display user added repo. Then I will stage all of this change, give the commit message, and then simply say commit. Once you commit it, publish your branch, and then inside the GitHub, you will get an option to create the pull request. Simply create the pull request. Automatically, planarc.dev will trigger the peer review, okay, with the help of AI. And if you see, it's immediately generate the summary based on what are the changes you made, and along with the inline comment which suggested that you can make the change. Obviously, there are three different way. One is the medium, the high, and the light, where how important is to make the changes, okay, that also mentioned. And anytime from the planarc.dev dashboard, you can review your changes along with the whatever the in a given PR, what are the changes you made. You can find it inside the summary anytime. Now, as we already completed the selected repo, and we are also showing the user added repo on the screen. So I will mark this as a completed one. Now we need to scan the user selected repo in order to generate the test case, and we already have button in order to trigger the test generation. But the question is understanding the workflow, how to scan the repo. Obviously, repo contain millions of line of code, right? And obviously, if you pass all of that to the AI model, then that will be problematic, and you will get a lot of charge for your AI model. So I already broke down the generate test case into a smaller steps so that you will understand. Now, in order to generate the test cases, we have to read the repo content first, and from the repo content, we just need to get a repo tree. Okay, so which will give you that what is inside the app folder, which file it is, then inside the component, what are the different files. Once we have the repo content, we'll read the file content. Now, this is only on the our server side. We are not telling AI to read it. Okay, we are going to read it. So obviously, reading from to our server side, you will not get any charge for that one, right? We are just using a GitHub API. Will read the file content. Now, once we have the file content which we needed, and along with our own AI prompt, we are going to pass that to the AI model. Now, remember, the file content is does not include everything, okay, only the necessary information. So that's the reason we are also fetching the repository. And then once we have passed both the things to the AI model, then it will generate the test case. Now, in that test case, you will get a title, description, and the most important thing we need to do is to generate the browser script. Now, this is the next part which we are going to implement, because browser script will run our test case in an actual cloud platform. Okay, obviously it's a kind of browser but on the cloud, and then it will return whether that test case is fail or pass. But this is the different flow that we'll see in the next chapter. But first, we need to generate the test case so that we can display those test case, and then we can execute the each step test case one by one. Okay, now I already wrote a code because there is a big line of code that we need to implement, but I'm going to walk through each of them. Before that, we need to save all the generated test case in one table. So this is the test case table schema file I have. So simply copy that from the eraser doc, then go back to your Visual Studio, and inside the schema file you can simply add that. remove the string value, and once we have that, here I will import the varchar from the PG core and JSON B as well, and save it. Once you save, you have to update your Drizzle, your database. So you have to run this push command, and then you will see the changes applied as a text, and after that you can verify by running the Drizzle Kit Studio. So we'll run the studio now, and I will go back to the Drizzle Studio. Let's refresh this, and then you will see a brand new table will render, and here we go. So we have the test case as a table, and in that table you will see all the columns. Okay, now next thing, we need to create a new API endpoint, and inside that we have to add all of this code. I will walk through each line by line, but first let's copy paste this code. It's a huge code, and that's the reason, in order to avoid spending a time on writing each line one by one, I already wrote it for you so that you can copy paste it. So this particular code you can simply add inside a new API endpoint. So under the API, we'll create a new endpoint called generate test cases, and then inside this we'll create a route.ts file. Then you can simply paste all of this code. So make sure to remove this string and then save it. So make sure to import the correct DB reference. So at the bottom where we are inserting. Perfect. Now obviously we need to install the generative AI from the Google's Gemini, because we are using a Gemini AI model. It's a free, and for all of my user, obviously we are not paying anything to this course, so that's the reason we kept this as a free source, free AI model. Okay, now very first thing, we initialize this Google Gen so that we can use it. After that, these are some allowed extension like .js, .tsx. Only these are the allowed extension, and only this file our system will read it. Okay, this part important files is these are the folders or files which is very important to read. The node module .next, dict, we want to ignore this file. Okay, so that's the reason this ignore path extension is written. So this all three constant has some extension or file path which is required or which need to be ignored. Then this useful file will check what are the useful file and which are not. Okay, so this particular function will call later on in inside our get API call. Then next thing, we have get repository. Now this particular function will actually help us to get the repository tree structure, and we are using a GitHub API for that. Now we are already saving the owner, okay, but nothing but the current login GitHub account. Then the repository name. Now this repository name we already have inside our database, right, under the repo. So we have this name, so that name we need to pass. After that, we have to get the tree structure, so we'll say /git/tree, and the branch, because we are also saving the default branch, right? So default branch is main, and that's why we are saving that one. And once we save, pass the GitHub token and then accept. Now make sure the GitHub token obviously we need to pass, which is correct. And once we get the repository tree, you can just map it properly and pass it. Now over here, if you see, it checking what are the useful path, and those which don't require, it will not return inside the data.tree. After this, we have the read GitHub file. Now this will actually read each file one by one, and if you see, we have the reference, and for that one to get the file content and everything, and here we are decoding the content, and then we are slicing it as well. Okay, next, this is the post API call where our actual async post function will start. Inside this, we'll get the body parameters like user ID, repo ID, owner, which is the repo's name or branch, right? The by default is main, and then GitHub token. Now instead of getting the GitHub token over here, what we'll do, we will get the token. So here we'll say constant, here we'll say cookie store, or you can copy it from our existing one. So I will copy this cookie store to get the token, and then we'll call it as a GitHub token. Okay, and make sure to import this cookie from next header, because you can get it directly inside the server, so you don't need to pass from the front end. Then once we have the GitHub token and everything, and if it's something is missing, obviously it will throw an error. Otherwise we have to get the repository. We already have the function for that written at the top. Then we'll read the file content, and then from that we'll get all the valid files, and from the valid files we are going to get a repo context which contain the file path and the file content. Then we have the prompt, okay, which is defined. So if we are saying that, okay, you are an expert QA automation engineer, and analyze the GitHub repo and generate some small test case. Now obviously we need to generate a small test cases and not a big one, okay, otherwise it will be difficult to test. So if you for your repo, if you create a small test case, it will be easy to execute that one as well. And then we're passing all the required metadata. Then right now for the testing purpose or for development purpose, we are just saying, okay, let's generate 5 to 10 test cases only, and each test case must have this all of the information like title, description, type, whether that's a UI based, authentication based, or API, all of this. Then their priority, the target route, where which file the test case should run, the target files and route is returned, and then expected result. Okay, what is the expected result? And there are some rules also attached. All of this code is also already available inside the eraser doc, so you can just copy paste it. Then we are using an AI model. Now you have to make sure the model name is correct. Okay, so right now I will just show you how to get the model name. So go to the aistudio.google.com if you are using a Google Gemini AI model, but you can use any other, whichever is your favorite. Then go to the Gemini and select the model which you think you want to use. So for example, if you want to use this flashlight model, I will just paste it here and then save it, so that it will use this model. And inside the model, if you see, we pass the configuration and the response schema. Now response schema will give you the exact proper structural output. Okay, so that's the reason this response schema is mentioned, and inside the content we already have the prompt added. Okay, now this repo context is already added inside the prompt, so you don't need to pass it again. Then we'll get the result. Okay, and once we get the test cases, you have to insert those test cases into the test case table, which is already defined right inside our database. And that's all. That's how easy it is. Now you have to make sure you will install this Google Gen AI. So what I will do, I will just install it. So inside the terminal, just type npm I Google Gen AI, and I think this is not the correct one. Let's search on Google Gen AI npm package, and we need this one. So we'll copy it and we'll paste it here. So this need to be an @Google Gen. So I did not copy the correct way. Now it is installed, and now you'll see the error is gone. Perfect. Now we need to call this method on the click of our generate test case button. So I will go back to our custom component where we have the user repo list, and here we have the generate test case. Now first I will create a method. So over here we'll say constant handle generate test cases, and inside that obviously it will return the repo. Here we are going to write a logic to implement the test cases. Now this handle generate test case we are going to call on click of this button, and here don't forget to pass the repo, right, because each repo has their own button, see, right, and then it will send all of this information. Now once we have this repo information, obviously we also mention the type here. Then we are going to call our API endpoint, which is the generate test case. So we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot post slash API slash generate test case. Now, as we are using await, I will mark this as async. Then we need to get a user detail in order to get the user ID, because inside the route.ts you have to make sure you pass all of this information, right? Oh, not this one. Let me go down to our post, and here the user ID, repo ID, owner and all. So in order to get the user ID, you need to get it from our context. So we'll say constant user detail is equal to use context, and then we'll say user detail context. After that, we'll get the user detail dot ID. Then we have to pass repo ID. So we'll say repo ID as repo dot repo ID. Then we need to pass owner, the repo as a repo name, and then the branch. Okay, so if you already have the branch, then make sure to pass the branch name. If user has some different branch, then it will pass the different branch as well. And right now, if you see, we have the 5 different parameters which we are passing, and here make sure you are sending the correct parameter along with their value. Then here I will write a console.log with the result.data and then save it. Also, we need to show some kind of loading state when it's generating data. So at the top here I will define constant. We'll say loading set loading is equal to use state, and initially it will be false. Then as soon as you start generating, we'll set the loading as true, and once it is finished, we'll set the loading as false. Okay, now while it is generating the test case, you can show a loading state. So here we'll say if it is loading, so a loader icon, otherwise you can show a sparkle icon. But for the loader icon, we'll add a class name, and here we'll say animate spin. Okay, so it will show a proper animation for that. And then whenever the loader is true, you can disable this button so that user will not click that again. Okay, and I think that's all we needed for now. Obviously you can make an update, like when it's loading, you can change this text that's generating or something like that. So for example, here we'll say if loading is true, we can add generating case, otherwise we can show this text. Perfect. Okay, now after this, obviously we need to add our AI models API key. So we already defined the AI model inside our route.ts file, but we need to add this API key. So inside your .env file, we'll add this API key. So let's go to your AI Studio, the Gemini's AI Studio, and then click on this get API key. From here, you have option to create an API key. If you don't have already, give the API key name and then click create key. Once you create the key, it will generate a key. Copy that key and paste it inside your .env file. Now let's test this out. Currently we are just consoling the data, but you can even verify that inside the network tab. Now if I expand this and click on generate test case, you will see it start generating, and on the right hand side you will see a network tab, and boom, it's ready. So we don't have any error. That's a good thing. And if I go to the preview, it's saying that test case generated, and it generated 6 test cases. If I expand the test case, you will see the inserted record information like branch, on which branch, the expected result, what are the titles. So it's saying verify hero section rendering, then description along with the expected result, and the target file, in which file we have to check, and everything. Okay, so we have the test case along with the all the information which we need. Now make sure inside the database as well it's storing. So we have the user ID, repo ID, the repo name which is connected, and all other information. Pretty cool, right? Once you have this all of the information, you have to display those test cases on the screen. So as per our eraser doc, if you see this mockup, we need to show those test cases. So we need to show in the list form, and we have to give this checkbox because we are giving an option to the user to execute test case which he want to execute. Otherwise there is a not required, okay, to execute it. So let's go back, and once you save it, we need to fetch those all the generated test cases. So either you can write a get API endpoint inside the same API route.ts, or you can create a new API endpoint, and inside that we'll say test cases, then we'll say route.tsx file, then add a default template, or not here, here we'll need to add export async function, then get, here we'll say request, and then next request. Now here you have two options, either you can fetch all the test case for all the repo, or you can fetch only test case when you expand it. Okay, it's totally up to you. It good you can even fetch all the test case at once, but in this case we'll fetch one by one. Okay, so let's go back, and inside this we'll say constant search params is equal to new request.url.search param, and then from here we'll say constant repo id is equal to search param, sorry, here we'll say search params dot get and repo id. Now from the repo id we are going to fetch the record, but if the repo id is missing, then we'll say return the response means obviously it will return the, we need to return the error message. So here instead of return we'll say next response dot json, and then with some error. Otherwise we need to fetch the data, so we'll say constant result is equal to await db dot select from, here we'll say test case table dot where, and then inside that we'll add an equal to test case dot repo id dot repo id. So it will get the result which is saved inside our database, and then we need to show those. So we'll say return next response dot json, and then we'll say result, and then save it. So it will return all the test case belong to that particular repo. Now inside the repo list, now whenever I open any of the test case, we have to make sure to call that API endpoint to fetch it if the test case is available. If not, then obviously we are going to show this generate test case message all the time. So in order to implement it, for this accordion we need to know which test case, which test case, the repo is open, right? So this accordion has the event called all value change, and we have to pass a proper value. So in here we'll say repo dot repo id, and obviously we need to pass a string and not a number, so I will convert that into a string, and then it has a method called on value change. Okay, so inside this you can check which is the value. Okay, currently I'm just consoling it so that you will see the inside the inspect panel. So let's clean this out, and if I open this, somehow it's not printing out. This need to be on value change and not volume change, so make sure it's on value change, and if I expand it you will see that repo id. If I close it, then you will not get that id, and same thing if you switch it, you will get the id. Perfect, right? So that's how you have to open and expand the accordion. But here if I open one of them, right, so for example if I click open and open another one, it show both open, right, and we don't want that one. So there is one fix we need to do. Inside the accordion item, inside accordion, right, we added a separate accordion for each of the items. So instead of that, we'll move this accordion above this, and inside that we'll just add the accordion item, though this is the correct way to do it. And at the bottom I will put this accordion out of this map list and then save it. So what it will do, it will, once you open any of the repo and you can try to open another one, the first one will automatically close, so that it will only fetch the test cases for the open one. Okay, and that's what we wanted. Now next thing, over here we did the console log. Now we'll remove it and we're gonna call our method. So I don't think so we wrote the method, so let's add the method called constant get test cases, and inside this we'll add, or here we need to accept the repo, and then we'll say user. Here we just need a repo ID, nothing else, so we'll say repo ID, and currently we are passing it as a string, or you can convert that into a number. So this need to be a number, and over here I will call get test cases, but now I will change this to a number. Perfect, and save it. Now over here we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot get, and obviously we need to get all the test cases, and just we are passing the repo ID inside the query parameter. As we are using await, I will mark this as async, and then for the testing purpose, first I will check the inside the console log. So let's go ahead and check it out. So we'll go to the console and let's clean this out. If I open this, you will see we got the test cases, 6 test cases. Obviously for the second one we don't have any, so it's returning empty because we did not generate, but for first one you will see the test cases. Perfect. Now obviously we currently we only have a small number of test cases, but if you have extra or a lot of test cases, it will take a second or a couple of seconds to load the test case. So we need to add proper loading state for this one. So over here maybe we can use the existing loading as well. Okay, it's totally up to you how you want to handle. Let's try to use existing one, and we instead of creating a new one. So here we'll say constant set loading to true, and here set loading to false. Then whenever the loading is true, right, we need to show some kind of loading indicator, and we don't want to show this complete block as well. So over here we'll say if it's loading, right? Okay, so instead of using the same state, let's use a different one. Okay, so we'll define constant test case loading comma set test case loading, and is equal to use state to false, and here I will replace this to test case loading. Perfect. Now whenever the test case is loading, so we'll say if test case is loading, then we'll say h2 tag with a loader icon. So we'll say loader icon, and here I will say please wait. Here I will animate this using animate spin. Otherwise, so I will add colon, otherwise we will show this generate button. Okay, and save it. Right now if I open this, obviously it's showing the test case is generated once we have the result, but along with this test case loading I have to add one more field. But for now, if you open this, see, okay, right now it's loading very fast, but it show this particular text. Okay, now next thing, we need to save all the test case which is loaded in another state. So here we say constant test cases is equal to use test and test cases, and then every time we have to set the test cases to empty, and then we have to add the new one in that one. Okay, and save it. Now over here we need to make some modification. So I'm going to create a component to display all the test case. So we'll create test case list.tsx file, and then we'll add a default template over here, and then whenever maybe here we can add if test case loading is not there and test case length is greater than 0, then we're going to simply show the user the test case list. So here we'll say test case list. Okay, and obviously make sure if the test case is there, you don't need to show this block. So maybe we can add a condition if test cases dot length greater than 0, or here we say is equal to 0, then only show this generate test case block, otherwise you don't need to show. And if I open it, you will see the test case list is now, that component is now rendering, because we have the data and that generate test case button is also not showing. Now the thing is, as per the mockup, you just need to show all the test cases. Now we want to display all the test cases. Okay, so few things we are going to show, like checkbox, type, the test case, and the description. Before that, we already defined the test case use state, and we are also storing that inside this test case, right, once we get the test cases from the database. But we need to define type for it. So here we'll say type test case is equal to, and in that we are going to add all of this field value. Okay, so right now if you see, we have ID, then title. So those things which is important we are going to add. So here we have title, description, then so here after description and title we add type. So here we'll say type of type string, then you can add repo ID. After that you can add these target files along with the repo name. So over here we'll say target files is of string list. Then if you want, you can add the priority. The expected result is also important, so we'll say expected result of type string. Now this repo owner or name we already have. Okay, but if you want, you can even use this and keep it inside your test case, so it will be easy. So we'll say repo name of type string, then we have the repo ID, repo owner. So repo owner of type string, repo, I think repo ID is already there, so we don't need to add that. And we already add the expected result as well. Created add, we really don't need it, and target route as well, that is also important. So target route of type string. Now once you have the test case type defined, you can simply add it here. Okay, and make sure to export it so that you can use it at other places. Now for example, if I go to this test case list, when we are displaying, we want to pass the test cases. Okay, so here we'll say test case list, and then we'll pass the test cases or test case list only, something like this. Now inside the test case list, let's accept that, and then we'll write a prop. So let's define a type as a prop, and then we'll say test case list as test case, which we are importing from this particular component. Right now if you see, we have an error saying that it's not assignable of type test case. Let me see, that's the correct name, and then we have the type prop with a test case. Oh, this need to be a test cases. Okay, because that's the state name we define, and then we have the test case list. Here if you can change this to test cases, otherwise the component name and the name might get confused. So here as well I'm gonna update it. okay, and then save it. Now once you save, here we need to show those test cases. So inside the s2 tag, we'll say generated test cases, and here let's save this one. Let's see how it looks on the screen. Right now we'll close this, and here we have the test case list. Let me save, let me refresh this page. And right now if you see, once it's loading, right, it's taking some time, so we need to show some kind of loading indicator, and right now it's showing the text called generated test cases. Here I will make this font medium. After that, let's add a div, and inside the div let's iterate these test cases. So we'll test cases dot map, here we'll say test case, arrow function here, and here we'll add index as well. Then we'll add a div. Inside the div, first I want to add a checkbox. Now in order to add the checkbox component from the Shatsion, just go to the Shatsion document, go to the checkbox, and then copy this import statement. After that, you can simply import that, say yes to proceed, so it will install it for you, and then obviously you can find the example how to use it. It's very straightforward, okay. So it's still installing, and once you install, you can add this checkbox from the UI checkbox, something like this, and save it. For this div, we'll say key as an index, and if I go back, now you will see 6 different checkboxes. Perfect. Then we'll add s2 tag, and inside this we'll say test case dot title. Okay, so now you have the title as well, and I will just wrap this inside the div because we also want to show a description. So we'll say test case dot description. Now for the description, we want to show it in a small, so we'll say text access and text gray color, let's make it 500, and then we want to bring this both the things in one line, so I will add a div to this one, and then here we'll make it flex, then gap to let's say 3, and then item to be in the center. See, okay. Now obviously we need to give some padding and all, so let's add that too. So over here, maybe for this div only, we'll add a padding to let's say 4, now some space, and then we'll also add a border. I think we can add a border at either border bottom only, okay, so that you will see this bottom border, and if you want to add a border to the complete section, you can add it to this div. So we'll say class name border, okay. Here you can add padding to 4 if you want, or let me remove this border because we can add a border to this inside section as well. So maybe we can add it to this one, we'll just say border, see, and then let's make it little bit rounded, so we'll say rounded to medium, okay. Now after that, on right side we want to show a badge, okay, or if you go to the UI Shatsion and search for this badge, and this kind of badge we want to show, so I will import that, okay, and then once you import, make sure to install this badge component from the Shatsion, and here you have different option, right. Now we want to show a type, so basically if you see this auth flow UI, this type you want to add, and on the right side obviously we'll add a text called pending, okay. We don't need to show a time right now, okay, so we'll skip that part, but over here let's add a div, and inside this div we'll add a badge, and inside the badge here we'll say test case dot type. After that, we'll add another badge, and then we'll say test case dot. Here we just want to show a status, but right now we don't have the column status, so I will just add it as a pending. Okay, so here we'll say pending. Now, right now here I will add a variant as secondary, and same variant I'm going to add for the pending. Right now, once you run it or once it fail or pass, based on that we are going to change the color. Okay, see this color, but for a pending we'll just keep like that. And if I go back to our app, you will see this UI and pending. Now we want to move that on the right side. So now we have two div, right, and this div we want to move to the right. So to this one we'll add a flex, then we'll make it item to be in the center and make sure to justify between. So it will be on the right side, but we want to give some space between these two value. So over here, we'll not this one, but for this div we'll add a class name, and then we'll add gap to, let's say, 4, and make sure to add a flex as well. See, some space. Now one more important thing we need to add after this pending is a setting icon. Okay, so here I will add a setting icon. We'll say setting icon, and I will add a, instead of just icon, I will wrap this inside a button component, and then we'll add a setting icon, and then to this button component I will say a size as icon. Okay, so this small icon, obviously you can change this size. So we'll say class name text to small, or they don't apply text. Let's add or change this height and width. And here, so the idea about this icon is when you click on it, right, you can add some setting or some instruction while implementing. For example, there is some authentication part. In that case, you have to provide some dummy username and password, so you can add inside the settings section. Here I will change this variant for the button. So we'll say variant as outline. Okay, so we have this outline variant for that. Perfect. So that's how this setting variant will work. But whichever test case you want to run, once you select it, then once you select it, we want to add a bottom section where it will have option to run the selected test cases. Okay, so maybe out of this we'll add another div, and on the s2 tag here we'll say run selected test case, and then we'll add button, here we'll say run selected, and here I will add a plus play icon. Okay, so if you see, we have this section, but we want to add some style. So we'll say padding to, let's say, 4, flex item to be in the center, and then justify between. So something like this. I will change this background color. So we'll say background, let's say 100, some gray color. Okay, so once you select it, then you can click on run selected button. To this icon I will add height to 4, width to 4, and then you can add margin right to, let's say, 2. Perfect. Okay, now we only want to enable this button if user select either one of the check boxes, right? Obviously we need to maintain a state which will store all the test cases or selected test cases in order to execute it. Right now if you see this test case and the border is too close, so I'm going to add margin top to, let's say, 3, so some space, and here I will change this color to, let's say, text primary, so it will change to the primary color. I think that's pretty good. Obviously if you don't have any test cases, then it will not show anything. Right now it just try to fetch it, and if it's not there, then it will show this test case message. The please wait indicator, we need to update it little bit. We need to add here class name with a flex and then gap to 3 or 2 whatever, and I will also make item to be in the center. So now if I open this, you will see the loading indicator. So in this case, if I open it, it's already fetch, but yeah, that's fine. But right now I hope you understand how beautifully we are showing these test cases to execute. Once user execute these test cases, right, we are change the status in the database, and then once it is finished, right, you can add a refresh button over here so that you can check the status, and if it's successfully executed, then it will show a success message and all other detail. Now quickly I'm going to add just refresh button at the top inside the test case list. So maybe you can wrap this inside a div, something like this, and here we'll add a button. I will add a refresh icon, and here we'll say refresh. So this is how it look like, but we want that on right side. Also I will change this size to small, and I will change this icon size to, let's say, height to 3, width to 3, and margin right to 1, and we want at the right side. So for this div we'll add it, make it flex, item to be in the center, and then justify between. Perfect. So whenever you want, you can even have option to refresh it, so it will fetch the latest updated data. Right now this refresh button, on click you need to pass back. So here we'll say on click and on reload. So here I will call this on reload. Obviously we need to pass this method back to the parent component. So I will pass back so that inside the user repo list we can simply fetch. Where it is, over here. Let me bring this down, and then we'll say on reload. So whenever you click on it, this on reload will execute, and in that case we need to call this get test case method, so which will return the latest information or latest data, right? So we'll say get test cases. So over here we need to pass that selected repo, which one is the selected one, right? Maybe you can get it from, or let me go back to the test case list, and here you can pass any of the test case repo ID. Okay, so which you can get it from the, let's say, test cases of 0, we'll say test cases of 0 dot repo ID. Okay, so which will pass it to the this one, and here now let's provide any for now, and now once we have the repo ID, you can pass this repo ID over here. You can pass the type as number and save it. Now if I click refresh, you will see it's saying please wait, and then it will fetch it immediately. Perfect, right? So that's how we have to do. Now next, obviously there are a lot of interesting things we want to implement, okay, but for now make sure you are at this stage where you are fetching or all the test cases which we generated and save it in the database, and then simply display it in the proper UI format. Now the last important thing before moving to the next chapter is this selection, right? Now selection is quite straightforward. Inside our test case list, we are going to define one constant. Here we'll say handle run test case is equal to, or instead of handle, not handle, here we'll define a state for the use state first. Here we'll say selected test cases comma set selected test cases is equal to use state. Okay, and for this the type is the same, so we'll say test case, and then you just need to push it, okay, whenever you select it. So inside the checkbox Here we'll say on check, or we'll say, so maybe over here we'll say first on check change, then whenever the check change, right? So over here we are going to add on check change, and for that one we're gonna simply handle the selected test case. So here we'll say handle selected test case, and then we need to pass whether it's a check or not. Okay, so this value we are going to pass to this method. Now we need to create this method, so we'll say constant handle test case, and then we'll say test, or not test case, but here we'll say check whether it's a check or not. So this will be the boolean, and also along with this one we also want to get the test case of type test case. So make sure over here along with this you have to pass the test case. So over here we'll just pass the test case. Okay, now so here why I don't know why we have this error. So we have this error, it's saying that argument of type string or boolean. So over here we need to add an optional the another or condition or with a string or boolean. Okay, now if it's check, right? So basically in that case we have to say set selected test case, and then from that we'll say previous, and then dot 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 previous, and then test case, right? It means we have to add the element keeping all the existing element and the new element. So that's the reason we added this previous and test case. You can add a type any, or you can even add the test case type, that's completely fine. Otherwise it means user uncheck it, and in that case we'll say the set selected case, then here we'll say previous of type any, and we want to filter out the value. So we'll say previous dot filter, and then we'll say, let me over here, okay, yeah, that's correct. So we'll say item, if item dot id is not equal to test case dot id. Okay, so here as well and add a type any. So make sure if it user uncheck it, it means we have to remove the element from our set selected test, or sorry, the from the selected test case state. Okay, otherwise we have to add it. And whenever you check it, so on check obviously we have to check the condition in order to show the check mark. So we'll say selected test case dot sum, if the selected test case has some value. So we'll say item, then we'll say item dot id matches with the test case dot id, then it will show it as a check. Now if I go back and if I check this one, see it works perfectly fine. But whenever there is no data right inside the selected test case, then in that case we have to disable this run selected button. So basically we'll add disable, and then only when there is no selected test cases. So if I refresh this page, and right now if you see it is disabled, but as soon as I select, right, it should work. Right now if you see we get some error, so it's saying previous is not iterable. So it means we have to add an empty array to this selected test case, right? Otherwise it don't know whether that's an array or not. But okay, so it's still showing run selected, so maybe here we need to little bit update the condition. So here we'll say if set selected test case dot length is equal to or is not equal to 0, then you don't need to show it. So let's save it. Here is equal to 0, only disable when it's 0, but if I add it, then if you see it's enabled. If I unselect it, then it will be disabled. And now as soon as you add the test case which you want to run, it is getting saved inside our set selected test cases, okay, so that later on we can run those test cases. But for now, make sure you set up with this all the data. Now quick thing I wanted to update, that we already have the number of test cases, so we can update the total test as well. And pass and fail is not yet mentioned, so we'll just leave it for now. But inside the user post list at the top, we already have the total test cases mentioned. Either you can remove it from here or you can define a state. So here we'll say constant, then here we'll say stats data comma set status data is equal to use state. Okay, now here you can provide a type, so here we'll say type status data, and inside this we'll say total number per past test and all of these test case, and then here we'll define this status data type. Now whenever we get the test cases, right, not here, so when we get the test cases over here, we're gonna set up those. So maybe inside this we'll say set status data, then total test is equal to result.data.length. If the is pass, right, we already have test case type, or not type, but we can, for now we can just set it as 0, then fail test 0 and pass rate 0, okay, and then save it. By default you can also provide those value, okay, 0 for everything, and then we don't need this constant anymore, but rather we can simply now use a status data dot total test, pass test, fail test, and then pass rate. So basically we replace all the hard coded value with the dynamic data, and if I open it, obviously you will see the total test as a 6, and obviously we don't have any value for this, but later on we will update it. So that's all for this particular chapter. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now don't forget to push your changes to the GitHub. So we'll go back, and inside this we will create a new branch, and inside that we'll say get, or we'll say generate test cases and display. So make sure to enter it, so it will get checkout. You can stage all of the change and then give the commit message. Once you commit, we'll publish this branch, then we'll go back to our repo, and inside that you will find an option to create the pull request. You can even create the pull request by going to the pull request, and there as well you will find this option to create a new pull request. Then click create pull request. Now plan arc will start reviewing your code, and if you see, we got the comment from the plan arc that it started reviewing your code, and within a few seconds, very fast, plan arc already added the summary about what are the changes you make. So if you see, we added this generated test case, and we integrated the Gemini SDK and many other things, and also you will see the complete inline changes. Now another important thing I wanted to show, that it also show how many token it use, okay, so that you will see and you can track all your token by going to the setting, and inside the setting we have the credit and billing section. Here you will find that how many credit remaining, how many use, okay. Now with the free account we will get up to 10,000 of credit, but if you want more, please let me know. I will give you the promo code in order to add extra credits, okay, but you have to comment down in the comment section related to the plan arc, and definitely I will comment the coupon code in order to add extra credits to your account. Now we have to add some setting option to our project. Currently, in order to execute this test case, we have to add some proper instruction which we already have, but in certain cases user has to add some additional instruction or some customized instruction to each of the test cases. So we already added this setting button, and on the click of this setting button we want to open a dialog. On that we are going to add some basic information which user can update it. Also, in order to execute these test cases right in a real browser, we have to give or provide the website URL or app domain, right, so that AI or browser base can test our application on that particular URL. So these few things we are going to update in this chapter. So on the click of this setting, we are going to open a dialog, and on that we are going to add certain field to update it. So let's go back to our application, and inside this let's go to this component where we are showing the setting icon. So here we have test case list, and then we have a setting icon. Now on the click of it we want to open a dialog, so we'll create a dialog. So here we'll say test case setting dialog.tsx file, then add a default template and then save it. Now we already installed the dialog. Only thing we need to do, from the shared CN we are going to add the example use case. So first I will copy this import statement, then we'll copy this example so that we can update according to our need. Now for the dialog trigger, in order to open a dialog you can use this button directly. So I will cut it from here, and then I will put inside this dialog trigger. Make sure to import this button component and the setting icon from the Lucid React. After that you need to use this dialog component over here. So it will show the button, and on the click of button it will open the dialog. So let me reload this app. Now once you reload, open this, and then you will see the dialog. Perfect. Now next thing, let's customize this content for the dialog. So here we'll add a title as edit testing requirements, and then in the description I already copied the description, so that description will add it. Okay. After that, inside the dialog content we'll add a div, and inside the div let's add another div because we want to add few field. Here we'll say label, and then we'll say test title. Okay, so what will be the test title? Let's add an input field. You can add a placeholder as well, and you can write test title and then save it. So if I go back, you will see the test title and along with its input field. You can add for this class name, you can add margin top to 1, so some space between the text and the title. For the label, I will change this to text gray color, little light, or make it 500. Now in the same way we have to add for a few more field. I will copy this div and I will add 4 more times. Now here we need to add a description, so description / action. Now all of these field which we added, we already have the data for it when we generate each test case. So if I go to any of the repo and any of the test cases, right, over here, for example for this one, if you see, we have the title, we have the description, along with that we also have expected result as well, right, and then target route, everything is there. So that's what we have to update it if user want to update any information. Now instead of input, I will add it as a text area. So if don't have the text area from the shared CN, let's add it quickly. So I will go to the text area component, copy this command in order to install it, say yes to proceed, and then it will install it for you. Once it is installed, you can simply set the text area Now it is installed, so we'll add the text area now. Okay, and here we'll say description and then save it. After this we'll add a target route, so here we say target route on which we need to add a test case, or we'll say path, and here we'll say target route, whether that's index or any other. And the last but not least, expected result, and here as well we'll change this to a text area. So I will use the similar text area, or let's change this. Perfect, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see all of this field. Okay, but obviously you need to give some margin from the top, so here we'll say margin top to 2. So let's see how it looks, or let's give a little bit more and copy the same margin top, or say Tailwind CSS classes for each of the div, and save it. Okay, after this we need to add a button to update or close it, and then after the dialog, maybe inside the dialog content, we need to add a dialog footer, and then inside the footer we'll add a button. One will say cancel, or we can change this button. Here we can add dialog close as a button. Okay, and then another button to save it, or we'll say update case, and save. Right now if you see, we have these two button. You can change this button as well with a variant as an outline, and I will close the tag over here. So now we have the cancel button and update case button. Now here, whichever test case you select, we want to open the content inside those. Okay, so let's add that. So whenever you open, right, we need to get the selected test case. So here we'll say selected test case. I will just add test case. I think we need to give a type as a props, and let's define a type prop as a test case, and here the test case type need to be a test case from the user repo list, because we already exported the type from there. Now once we have the test case, right, we will save this in one state. So we'll say constant form test case. We'll say set form test case is equal to use state. Okay, and for this one let's keep it empty for now, and inside this we'll add an empty string, and then we'll say title, description, target route, and expected result, and everything we will get it from the test case. Okay, so that's how we have to add it and then save it. Now for this all the input value, now you can provide a value from the form test case dot title. Then for this one we'll say form test case dot description. For this we'll say value form test case dot target route, and then last but not least form test case dot expected result. Okay, and now if I go back to any of this setting, you will see we have the title, description, index, and expected result auto populate. Okay, so that's how you have to add. Now anything you can update it according to your need, and right now if I try to update anything, it will not allow me. See, right, even though if I enter the any keyboard keys, it will not allow. That's because we don't have the on change event to any of this field. Now to implement that, so for each of them we'll add on value change. So here we'll say on the on change event. So it will emit the event, and then you can even directly set the specific value. Okay, so you have two options. Either you can call one method, which is the easiest, not easiest, but which is the good way to define it. So here we'll say handle input change, and then you have to provide the field name, which is the title, and then the respective value. So here we'll say event.target.value. Now this hand input change is not defined yet, so we'll define that. Okay, and here we'll say field name of type string, and then value of type string. Now once you have that method implement, I will copy that everywhere and will paste it. But only thing that you need to change is the field name. So in this case we'll say description, then here we'll say target route, and then last we have the expected result. Okay, now over here you can simply say set form test case. Then we need to make sure that all the previous value is there, and then inside that we'll keep the previous value, and then we need to add, or we need to change the value for that particular field name. So we'll say field name colon value, and that's how you have to set the value. After that we have this submit button, or sorry, the update case button, and on that we need to call an API. So here we'll say constant update case and the arrow function, and then I will simply going to add on click event to this, and we'll call this update case. Now update case with what it will do, whatever we have inside the form test case, that we are going to pass to the API endpoint, right? So inside this API we'll create a new API called test case setting test, or we'll just add a test cases. We already have this endpoint, maybe inside the test cases only we'll add a setting as a new endpoint. So let's create a folder. So we'll say test case setting, or let's just add test settings .tsx or ts. Oh, my bad, here we need to add the folder name just settings, and then inside this we'll add route.tsx file or ts file. Now inside that we'll say export async function, then post request. Here we'll say request with the next request, and the function inside this we need to get all the body parameter, or you can say body, or you can get the title, then the description, target route, expected result, and then the repo ID, and inside that repo ID we also have the test case ID. So for example you can pass this ID, okay, because that's the only thing that it differentiates, right? So that's what we are going to pass. So we can call it as a test ID, test case ID. Okay, so that's how you have to add it. Then in order to update your database, simply we are going to write constant result is equal to await db dot update, then which table you need to update, which is a test cases table dot set, and inside that we'll pass a type, description, target route, and the expected result, right? But here you need to add a where condition. Inside this we need to add equal to from the Drizzle ORM, and then we'll say test case table dot ID matches with the test case ID. That's all. You don't need this repo ID, so I will remove that, and then save it. So once it is updated, you can return the next response dot JSON with the result, and in order to get some updated record in the result, you can say returning. Okay, so it will return the updated record back, and here you can just simply add of 0, so it will only return that first object. Okay, now after this, let's go back and then to our test setting dialog, and we have to make sure after update it will refresh the test cases, right? But before that, let's make the API call, so it will update it. So here we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot post, and then inside that we'll say slash API slash test cases, and then we need to pass all the form test cases value. So we'll pass it like this, and for the test case ID we can get it from the test case dot ID. Here let's mark this as async, and if you want you can verify the result by consoling that result dot data. Okay, and then we have to refresh it. You can even show the proper toast notification message that the test case is updated, but here don't forget to here will say set reload, and this set reload I am going to pass back to the parent component. So here we'll say set reload. Let's add that of type any. Okay, so here we are just updating. Now inside the test case list, if you see we got error, means something is missing, and that's why TypeScript will give you what is missing and what not. Here again for the set reload you can again pass set reload to, okay, we have this on reload already, so we can call on reload over here, okay, on the click of set reload, and then save it. Now let's test this out. Let me refresh this complete app, then we'll open this. Right now if you see test case loaded. Now let's open any settings, and here we'll say verify project card display index project card match the count and content defined in lib.data, and make sure spelling is correct. So we can write something like this and just click update case. Once you click update case, you will see it refresh the data. Okay, but let me open it, and we just updated I think this one and not this one. Okay, so we updated this verify project card display. If I open it, and then you will see the lib data, and then we also added make sure spelling is correct. It means our test cases is now updating. Okay, so that's how you have to update it. Obviously here we have refresh button to refresh it anytime, but make sure on the click of setting whichever thing you want to update, just update it, and then you are good to go. Okay, now you can select whichever test case you want and click run select. But before that, it is very important to add the repo level setting option, so that you can add any authentication data, like if your application need a sign in or sign up, right? You can add a username password there. Also the application URL, that part is also important while executing any test cases. Now just above the status card we want to add a section for the repo config, okay, or project config we can call. So let's go back to our application, and inside that we have this workspace body, or not workspace body, my bad. So we need to go to the user report list, repo list, and inside this if you see above the status card we can add those. So maybe over here let's add a div, and inside that just add a text called settings, so that you will see where we are actually adding those options. And right now if you see this setting thing, perfect. Now here first I will add a div. Inside that we'll add a globe icon, then we'll add a h2 tag, and here we'll say target domain, so on which domain you want to run these test cases, right? So that's what we added, and then we'll add the domain name. right now we don't have any domain name added, right? So we have to update that domain name. If it's not there, obviously we have to update it. So inside the schema file, on the repo level, we have to add the domain name. So here we'll say target domain, and then we'll say varchar with a target domain, okay, and then save it. You can set the default value to, let's say, HTTP localhost. So here we'll say I will just copy this localhost value as a default one, okay, and then save it. Now obviously if you are updating this, right, you need to update your schema. So we'll go back, and here we'll simply going to update our schema. So let's run this push command, and once you update, I will also run the studio to verify it's there. So if I refresh it, for the repo level, you will see a domain called target domain. Now let's use this. So we have this target domain added. So I will go back over here, which we can use it in order to display the target domain. Now obviously maybe inside the type we don't have that target domain defined. So inside the user repo, you can add this type called target domain as a string, so that you can use inside this. So we'll say repo dot target domain and save it. So if I go back to our application, here it will display the target domain, but make sure to refresh because it's fetching from the database. And once you have that, you can simply add some styling. So over here, first I will say a class name. I will add a background gray 50. Then I will also add some padding, and then we'll say border with a rounded corner. So we'll say rounded XL, and then save it. After that, let's move this to the parent div, and for this one we'll just say flex, then gap to 3, item to be in the center. So let's see how it looks. Perfect. Now for this h2 tag, I will add a class name. We'll say a background white with a padding to 1, padding x to 2, and then a border to it with a rounded medium. Perfect. It's look good, right? And you can change this color. So here we say text primary and then font medium. So just to give a better look. And for this icon as well, I'm going to change the icon color. So we'll say class name text primary. Here instead of global icon, I don't know which icon we need to add, but let's add this link to icon. I think that is also look good. Yeah, that's look good. And then we have target domain. Now on the right hand side, we'll add a button. So here we'll say button, and then we call it as a project config. You can add a setting icon. So we'll say setting with the class name height to 4, width to 4, and margin right to 1. So we have this button. Now we can move that on the right side. So maybe we'll make it flex or not here. I think that is already good, but for this one we'll make it flex and then justify between along with item to be in the center. So it will be on the right side. Okay. So you can easily click on this one in order to configure your project level settings. Now on the click of this project config, we want to open a dialog, and on the dialog we want to add an option to update the domain, and user have option to update the instruction as well. So I will create a new custom component, and we can call it this as repo settings .tsx. So this is a repo level setting, okay, or project level setting we can call. Let's add a default template. Then for the dialog component, we'll copy this import statement from the shared CN documentation, and then the dialog settings, something like this. Now obviously you can import the dialog directly inside the repo setting as a repo setting component, and then in order to trigger this dialog I will use this button component, similar the way which we implemented for the test case dialog, right? Now over here I will change this and will call it as a project / repo settings. If you want you can add icon and let's see how it looks. Oh, somehow it will load again, and then you can go to this project config, and if you see we have this beautiful heading, but for this title we'll say make it flex, gap to 2, item to be in the center, so it will be in one line. For this setting I will change this color to let's say text primary. Then for the description I already copied one, so I will paste the description as it is. So this is how it look like. After that we'll add a div just before after the header, and then I will add another div for a label, and inside the label we'll say app URL or / default website. Then we want to add an input field, so we'll say input, here we'll say placeholder as app URL / domain. Then for this one I will add a class name, we'll give margin top to 1, and then I will copy this div again, and here label I will change this to global test instruction. So inside the global test instruction you can add like authentication parameter or some cookies instruction or anything like that, okay? Instead of input I will change this to a text area, and here we'll say instructions and save it. Now obviously we need to give some margin, so here we'll say margin top to 4, so some space, and for this label I will change the text color to let's say gray 500, and I will copy those for the global test instruction label as well. And then at the end we want to give a save config option. Now you can also add some small note about what this is, so I will add a small p tag and I will make this text extra small and will change this color to let's say gray 400, something like this. See, so with the extra instruction, and same thing I am going to do for this one as well. And we'll copy the same class name over here. Perfect. And then we can add a button, so we'll say dialog footer, and inside the dialog footer we'll say dialog close component. Inside this we'll add a button, let's say cancel. We'll change this variant to outline only, and we'll add another button to save it. And right now if you see we have these two buttons. Instead of save we'll say save config. Perfect. Now on the close, obviously it close it, but if I open it then you have this option. Now we already added a default website or the target website field name, right? But along with that one we also want to add the instruction as a new column. So basically I will go back to the schema file, and inside this we can add instruction. So we'll say global instruction with a text as a global instruction, okay, and then save it so user can add whatever the instruction he want. Then once you add this new column you can update your schema, and then you can run the studio, so that now you have the global instruction as a new field. But don't forget to update inside your type as well, because we need this parameter. Now this is optional, you can add a question mark to make those as a optional. Now Inside this, obviously we need to get some default value if it's already inside the database. So from the user repo list where we are using that dialog, the repo setting dialog, right? So over here we'll pass a repo information. So we'll say repo as it is, and then inside the repo setting I will accept this as a repo, and then we'll say type props. We'll define a type props as repo, and then user repo as a type. Then you can provide a default value for each of these input field. So we'll say repo dot the default value, but we want to also update those input similar like this. So we'll define a state. So we'll say repo settings comma set repo settings is equal to use state, and by default I'm going to add a target domain as a setting, and then global instruction is the another field. Okay, so only these two field we needed, and inside the input now you can use a repo settings dot target domain, and for this one we'll say repo settings dot global instruction. Now for each of them we need to add on value change method. So we'll add on change. Now inside the on change, obviously it will emit the event e. Then you can directly set the value. So we'll say set repo setting. Then inside that we'll say we have to keep all the repo setting, and then the target domain will be e dot target dot value. As simple as that. Okay, same thing I will copy it and I will paste for this instruction on change. Okay, so here as well we added the instruction on change. Now on the click of save config we want to save it. So here we'll say constant handle save setting. So right now this is just a instruction added or suggested by the AI. So I just click tab, so it will display it. Now this particular method we need to attach to this save config, something like this, and then save it. Now again we need to create an API endpoint in order to save those. So I will go to the repos. Let's go to the user repo, and inside that we'll create a setting as a API endpoint, and then we'll create a route.ts file. Here we'll say export async function. This is a post request. So we'll say request next request, and the arrow the function here we'll say constant. We need a repo ID. You can also get the user ID, then the target domain, and then global instruction. Okay, so that everything we are getting from the post body. Then inside this, in order to update, you can simply say await db dot update. Then you need to update the repo table. So I will just check what is the name. So this is called a repositories only. Then here we'll say set, and inside that you need to pass target domain and the instruction, but don't forget to add a where clause and only things that you need to update or only record you need to update. So here we'll say repository dot repo id and then repo id. That's all. Now once you have the repo id, then you can simply return the updated result, and then here we'll return next response dot json with result, and then save it. So we don't need user id, but remember, if you use authenticated information, then you can protect your all the API route as well. Okay, so that is also important. Now once you save it, then you can go back to repo setting, and here you can call this method. So we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot post and the setting option. Now inside this we need to pass the body parameter like repo and obviously repo id, target domain and global instruction that we will get it from this state. Here we are using await. Let's make this as async. And then once you get the result, you can console this result if you want, okay, just for the testing purpose. And then you need to reload your project. So over here we'll set the reload as a function so that we can pass back. So over here we'll say repo, set reload. So we'll say set reload and make sure to pass this prop as well. Now inside the user repo list we'll get the set reload and make sure to update or get this repo information, right? So you have to pass back again because this is again a child of some parent. So let's do that. Now once you have this set reload, you can pass back again. So at the top I will pass it, and for the prop we'll say avoid. Now again inside the workspace body, that's where we are fetching the user repo, right? So here we need to call this method. So we'll say get user repo, get user added repo. Maybe you can call something like this as well, and then save it. Now let's go back, and then if I update this project config, and I already have domain, so I will paste it. If you have any extraction, you can add those instructions. So let me type it here. Oh, so over here if you click on the project config, if I update the website, it allowing me, but here if I type the instruction is not. That's because inside the repo setting we use this same target domain. We have to update this field to, let's say, global instruction, okay, so that you can update it now. So here you can add the global instruction if you want. So here we'll say no instruction for now, it's not mandatory, and then click save config. Once you click save config, we have to make sure you will close this dialog. Currently it's not closing this dialog for some reason, but we'll update it. But here if you see, now the target domain is updated. If I click project config again, you will see all your field value as it is. Now in order to close those dialog, right, we need to add one state inside the repo setting dialog, and inside this we'll at the top we'll say constant is open comma set is open to false, and to this dialog we have open, and then we'll set is open. Also this open value change on open change method. So over here you can add set is open with the open value. Now once it's saved, right, we need to close the dialog. So basically inside the handle save setting you can add, or you can just add set is open to false. So what it will happen if I go to the project config, click save config, and then it close, and obviously it will also reload your repo list. So that's how you have to update your repo list settings and the test case setting, which is for the individual one. So that's all for this particular chapter. If you have any question, let me know in the comment section. Now don't forget to push your code to the GitHub so that planarc.dev will review your code, and if there is some high warnings or errors, make sure to fix it. So let's create a new branch quickly. Here we'll say repo and test case settings, then add or stage all of these changes. Then I will add a commit message, say commit, and then publish your branch. Then I will go back to my GitHub, and inside that I will say compare and pull request, create a pull request, and then once the pull request is created, you will see the Planarc immediately start reviewing your code without doing any further delay, and it's so fast that it will also give within some milliseconds or within few seconds you will get the summary, what are the changes you made, how many token it used, and all the instruction. Perfect, right? So that's how Planarc will help you to review your code. And as you know that anytime you can go to your Planarc dashboard to review your all the changes at one place. Pretty cool, right? So make sure to join the planarc.dev and finish this chapter. Also, don't forget to merge your pull request. So I will click this confirm and merge so that it will be inside your main branch. In this chapter, we are going to set up a browser base inside our application. Now, till this point, we have generated our test cases using AI. But generating the test cases is only the first part. The real magic happens when you can actually run those test cases inside the real browser. Interact with the application, click button, fill the forms, check navigation and verify the expected result. And that's where the browser base comes in. Browserbase gives us a cloud browser that you can control using a Playwright. So instead of running the browser only on your local machine, we can create a browser session in the cloud, connect it using a Playwright and write a script and execute it on depends on the session. So obviously whatever the AI generated test script we have, we can run it in a real browser environment. So it has a lot of different API available like Search API, Fetch API and Browser as a Service. Browserbase is useful because it gives us a cloud browser session, Playwright support, session recording and debugging, browser automation at scale, and better way to run AI browser agent and automate your test case. And that's what we are going to look. Browserbase also is not just any ordinary test case tool, but it actually helps us to build your AI agent which will never sleep. It also authenticates your application where other API cannot reach. Then you can keep the browser base on throughout or using a cloud, so it will do some researching for you behind the scene. Also, the most important thing, solving the CAPTCHA, everything can be done using the browser base, and there are a lot of different use cases you will find. Right now, if you click the link in the description to get a free access to the browser base, and then simply create a new account. Once you create an account, simply log in it, and then you will jump onto the browser base workspace, where on the left hand side you will see all the overview. Now I already connected to my lot of personal application where browser base I'm using for in order to test it, some of the cases. Now here you can see all the session which you executed, right? You have the function if you want to create, and the most interesting part is running the function. Right now if you see, we have the small script added here. You can see the in order to test this out, you can add whichever the script you want, okay, and then you can execute it in order to test this out. Now this is a simple example that it's launching a browser and then it's connected and then setting a time result. So if you want to let's say visit Hacker News, right? So there is few line of code that you need to add. Obviously this code is nothing but the script which we are already generating, okay, or we are going to generate this script in order to execute inside the browser based API. And obviously this script we are going to run in a real browser using the browser based sessions. And then once you click run, you will see on the right hand side the actual execution. Below that you will see console. Over here it start launching the browser, connected and success. So at the top you will see an actual preview. Now the interesting part is it also record the session, means whatever happens, right, it will record the session and anytime you can check that out. Okay, so that's how easy it is. Now let's say I have one website called TubeGuruji.com. If you want to get a free access to the TubeGuruji, you can just go ahead and check it out. There are a lot of free courses and the source code along with this project source code is also available on the TubeGuruji. Now, in order to verify some of the things on the TubeGuruji landing page, I already wrote a script and generated by AI only. So I will paste this script. So let me stop it first and then I will paste this script. Basically in this script, first it will go to the TubeGuruji.com, then it will console it that it successfully navigated, then it will test some navigation link, okay, by clicking on those links, okay, and it will wait for some time to get the response. And if you see there is some small code. Now you don't need to understand each line by line things, okay, because this script we are generating inside our application using an AI, and then you will see the complete execution. So there are total 3 test cases which I am going to execute. Now once I click run, you will see on the right hand side it will start opening the TubeGuruji website, and if you see at the top it opened the TubeGuruji website. At the bottom you will see the complete execution, right, starting getting CTA and lot of other things. Now right now it get an fail test case that getting touch CTA button should be visible and it's missing, right, and that's what we have to fix it, and then again you can run it. So that's why Browserbase is quite important in the IT industry, and many IT companies start using this Browserbase as well in order to do the automation testing, and there are a lot of use cases as I say. Okay, now in order to integrate that inside the application, we have to write some code. So let's go back, and very first thing what we'll do, we will create an API key. So here you have option to copy the API key. If you don't have, you can create a new one, or you can go to the setting, and from here you will see a project ID and the API key, which you can copy and save it inside your .env file. So I will copy this project ID, then I will go to the .env file, and inside this I will say Browserbase underscore API underscore key is equal to, and will paste this key. After that I will also write a project key, or this is a project key actually, not an API key. So I will rename this to project ID, and then we also need a Browserbase underscore API underscore key, and then we have to add this key. Now here you can update the setting and all, is totally up to you. You will get a free usage as well once you click the link in the description, okay, so that you can test this out inside your application which you are developing. Now let's understand how this browser script will execute. So once user click on run the test cases, based on the all that whichever the test case user selected, we will check if for those test cases the script is already generated or not. If not, then we need to generate the script based on the route which we have and the file content which we will get it from the GitHub API. And then once we have that, then we'll create and we'll generate the script, and then we'll create a browser based session on the cloud. It means we are going to create the actual session or actual browser on the cloud, okay, and which will contains our script to execute, and once the script is executed, then we'll log all the result. Now we already saw the example in the playground how this session works. So whichever example you execute, right, it will create a new session. Let's say let's add this, write a to-do list, okay, which contain the item, and then it added a to-do list. It will create a new item into that, and when you click run, it will create a new session. So if I click run, on the right hand side you will see an actual implementation. Here we have the browser log as well, but right now if you see, it actually implementing, clicking the drop down, adding the elements and everything, and that's everything we are going to implement inside our app, and this is executed with the help of script only. Pretty cool, right? And then once you are done with the execution, you can stop the session, and here you will see the session is now saved. You can view the session. Inside the session, it actually record the complete execution. If I run this, you will see how it opens the to-do website, then it add the data. If you see, multiple data is added or to-do item added, and then you will see the complete result. Whichever is done, it mark as a complete. Those all the execution is already written in the script, and that's what we are implementing. So this is the complete workflow. Now the code to run this test cases or generate or everything is too big, so I already wrote the script for you, and we need to add that inside the /API test case run, which will generate your script as well as execute it. So I will copy this code as it is, then we'll go back inside our project, and under the test cases we'll add a new API endpoint called run. Inside this we'll create a route.ts and then simply paste the code which you copied. Here remove these 3 strings, something like this, and then save it. Now before that we also need to make sure we will add the Browserbase SDK. Okay, so you can just search on the Browserbase documentation. I will put the link in the description, or it also provides the npm package which you can copy and paste it and install it. Okay, so here I will install this Browserbase SDK and also install the Playwright core. So npm I Playwright core, this package you have to install, and if you see now error is gone. So this browser SDK and this Chromium package you need to add in order to execute it. Now inside this route.ts file, in order to run the test case, we define the Gemini AI model along with the Browserbase API key. Then first we'll read all the GitHub file which is belong to that particular test case, because inside our DB we already have the test case route. Okay, so what are the files it needed. So inside the target file we're gonna pass those files so that it will read the GitHub file content and it will return it through this function. Then we have the post API call. From the post API call it will get some basic body request like test case ID, base URL and all. Then it will fetch the test case from the database directly. After that it will fetch the repo setting for the global instruction, because whatever the authentication instruction added or website URL added, that information will fetch it, because that also we need to pass. And then we need to check if the script is already there or not. If it's not there, then we need to generate it. So this cookie store basically used to fetch the data from the GitHub file, and if you see this read GitHub file is there, right? So once we have all of the data, it's mapping properly, and once it map with the file path and content, then we are basically writing the prompt. But if you see, we also have the global instruction and the temporary instruction which we are adding inside the prompt. Now you can modify the prompt as per your requirements. It's totally up to you how you want to design, right? But if you want to make a test case in more detail, then you can add that in a prompt. So every time it will create a more detailed test case. This is a moderate one, medium kind of difficulty test case it will create, but you can make it easy as well. Then we have the Gemini model. I think it looked like Gemini model is old one. So let me update that model. So in order to update, you can go to the Google's Gemini and you can copy the model which you like. So over here I will add that model. After this it will generate the script, okay, and then the generated code we are saving into our database, and we'll also updating the status as it running. So it will know that okay, the current test case is running or not, okay, with that status. Then the main important part is creating a browser session. So it's very easy. So because we've already defined the Browserbase instance at the top, then we have session.create, and then we need to pass the project ID. The API key we already passed at the top. Then it will connect to the Chromium Connect over CDP, okay, because we are creating this session on the cloud, and then we have to get the context and pages, and we have to listen the console log event where whatever is executing and all, right? So that information we are getting. After that, over here if you see, we are passing the script text. So whatever the script we generated, that script we are passing, so that it will execute that script, and then once it run, we'll get a proper log. After that, once we get the log, we need to save it to our database. Currently we need to update our schema so that it will save the log file. So inside the test case table, so let's go to the test case table, and here we'll add a log, and then we'll say text log. So it will add a test information, or sorry, the test, it will say logs actually. So it should be a logs. So in the table we added these logs. Let's save this. I don't know why it's still showing the error. So it's saying log might be an undefined. So if I add a string, I don't know, it's not doing anything. Let's keep it for now as it is. And then once it updated the log into our database, then it will return the response, which you can show it inside your log. Okay, that will implement how the UI will look like. And then here we have updated status in the database. If it fails or success, depends on that. Okay, so that's all. This error, because it's, if you hover on this one, is try to save the string list. So maybe what we can do, we can I don't know whether we have the type any, or we need to save it as a JSON B and then the string type. If you see, we got the suggestion. So this particular type we need to define, and then we also need to save the session ID of type varchar and the session URL. Now this session URL is helpful in order to check or view your recorded session. Now let's update this status as well. So in order to update it, here I will say test case dot status, because we already added the type or the updated this field inside our type. Over here we'll change this variant. So based on the condition, we'll say test case dot status is equal to let's say fill, and I will put simply, then we'll show this batch and we'll make this variant to destructive. So you will see the variant destructive, it's quite big. So for this div I will make item to be in the center. So now it's perfect. You can change the color, text color. So we'll say text white, perfect, or make it red, let's say 400, or make it 200, perfect. And you don't need you can just make it font normal. Okay, that's look good. Now for the success as well, I will copy the same condition and everything, but here if it's pass, then I will change this to green, and we don't want, we will keep the default variant, something like this. But if you want, you can change the background color. So we'll say text green background, oh, I need a background to be green. Okay, this is good. And for the run other things, like if it's running, right, you can show in the yellow color. So if it's running, because we also have the running status, then you can keep this default, but here I will change this to yellow, and here as well I will change this to yellow. Okay, so when it's running, then it will show it as a yellow. I think that's all. If you want to add any other status, you can add it. Next, once you have the status and all, right, you have to update this actual value for the card, right, how many are pass, how many are fail, and so that you can make the change and run those failed test case again. But in order to update that, you have to simply go back to the user repo list where we are showing the status, right, and currently we are just calculating the total status. But once we have the result.data, right, in that we have the all the status, we will find all the pass one, all the fail one, and then total passing rate. So over here, first we'll save this result. So we'll say constant user test cases is equal to result.data, then we'll add constant pass test is equal to user test cases dot filter, and then we'll say test case dot status. If it's pass, then we'll get the length. If it fail, then also we'll get the length. And for the pass rate, we'll do a pass test, how many pass test divided by total test into 100, right, in order to calculate the percentage. And then you can write pass test, then fail test, and then pass rate. If I save this one, then you can simply update it. I think it's already there, so let me check it out. And over here if you see, total 6 tests, 1 is pass, 3 are fail, and pass rate is 70%, because we did not execute any other. For example, if you want to execute this one and this one, you can click run test case. You will see both are now selected and it will execute it one by one. So right now I execute the first one, and if you see, it started executing. Now due to some reason, if you see, the first one is fail and the second one is pass. Okay, in the first one, if I go over here, it's saying found 6 potential social link, and then it will give you what is the actual error. So it's saying script execution fail, the link is missing. So this particular link is missing from the security relation, and obviously it means that we have to fix it. We did not added a proper link, and that's why we got the error. Okay, if you close this one and execute, you will see now pass is 2 and total fail are 4. Now we execute all of them. Obviously if you try to execute it again, it will fail it until and unless you are making some changes or you are updating the instruction as well. Okay, so that's how guys you have to automate your test cases in the IT industry. This application is the best way to implement the AI test automation inside your GitHub project. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now let's push our code. So we'll create a new branch. I will give the branch name and we can call it as Browserbase setup and run test case. Here I will add and. After this, enter it, so it will get checkout, stage all of these changes. I will give the commit message and then simply click commit. After that, don't forget to publish your branch. Then go to your GitHub account, and inside this you will get an option to create a pull request. Make sure to create a pull request so that Plan Arc will review your code using an AI with proper PR summary, which you can also check it out from the Plan Arc dashboard. And here you will see the comment also left, and it also explained that what the things are implemented in this particular PR along with all the comments. And after this, you can simply merge your pull request. Okay, so that next time you will create new branch, all of these changes will be there.